Lord of Mysteries, The Arrival of the New Black Emperor by author Huo Yang. Chapter 661-670. The members were all very curious about what kind of scene would be reenacted from thousands of years ago when the son, Derek and the others were affected. At the same time, they felt the immense power of the King of Angels. Thousands of years had passed, yet the power of Fate Angel, Ouroboros still remained. But they found themselves not too surprised, because the Emperor had already traded information about the Rose Redemption with them. They all knew how outrageous the initial members of this organization were, and through some of the Sun's previous descriptions, they also knew that the members of Rose Redemption often gathered in the giant court. Only, Leonard listened very carefully. Although he had asked Pallas Zoroast about the Rose Redemption, it was clear that the old man only knew the names of most of the initial members and was not aware of too many detailed information about the organization. Derek continued, the two summoners of Rose Redemption are Dark Angel, Sorcerer and Evernight Goddess, Ammonizes. Leonard was stunned. Goddess, the goddess's name. The participants include White Angel, Osekis, and so on. Derek said, their members are exactly the same as the information Mr. Emperor provided earlier. At this time, the hanged man, Alger said, actually, you can say it again. Hermit, Catalia also chimed in, yes, we all want to hear the person involved say it again. Hobert smiled. You just want to hear the names of these deities, right? When he had traded with everyone before, many of the true names of the deities were not mentioned, but the unsuspecting Derek directly described what he had heard and seen. How could these two old foxes miss such an opportunity? Seeing the sun's doubts, Alger realized that under his continuous guidance, the sun, was no longer the original, the sun, so he said, before this, I had obtained some true names of deities, so I want to verify them through your description. Derek felt the sincerity of Mr. Hanged Man, so he said, okay, Mr. Hanged Man, there are also, Wind Angel, Leodoro, War God, Badhail. After stating the honorifics and true names of all the members, Leonard sighed and exclaimed, Rose Redemption is truly terrifyingly powerful. Because besides Leonard, the other members did not show much surprise, so Derek continued, we met the leader of the Court Hunter, Light Slayer, Milgungeon, outside the Giant King's palace. He said that Dark Angel, Sorcerer was sleeping inside that palace, and then we returned. Mr. Fool bestowed upon us the Silver Knight potion formula. Justice, Audrey was listening with great interest, and suddenly realized that the story had ended. Magician, Furs smiled and thought to herself, if I were to end a book like this, readers would definitely send me razor blades. Leonard rubbed his chest, feeling as if such an ending was like someone giving him a punch to the face. And Moon Emlyn's heart was still very conflicted, at times feeling that it was fine for vampires to be a derivative of humans, and at other times feeling that this idea was a blasphemy against the ancestor. Catalia was savoring the information she had gained from this tarot club meeting. She felt that when she returned to the real world, the mystic potion should be fully digested. The hall was quiet for a while. Klein manipulated the world and said to Derek, I recently acquired a batch of mushrooms that can grow and reproduce by devouring monster flesh and blood in the dark. I wonder if your city of silver is interested. Furs exclaimed, they can even devour monsters. Indeed, there are many things in the world that we do not yet understand. Catlia's eyes suddenly deepened a bit. She sat there, not speaking or moving, like a statue. Derek was delighted upon hearing this and blurted out, can those mushrooms actively attack monsters? Klein's mouth twitched. I thought, the sun, would be afraid of those mushrooms, but his request was even more excessive. He manipulated the world, and said, no, if the mushrooms could actively attack monsters, you would also become their target. Derek felt a little ashamed and quickly nodded, saying, I understand, Mr. World. The world gave a further description. Some of those mushrooms can be ground into flour, some produce milk, some are rich in fat and taste like beef, and some have a texture close to fish but without bones. Except for milk, which can be drunk directly, the others must be cooked by steaming, boiling, frying, or roasting, otherwise those mushrooms will absorb flesh and blood in the body, regain vitality, and turn a person into countless mushrooms from the inside out. Audrey, Alger, and the other members all listened as if to a novel and interesting story, Only Katlia's eyelids twitched, and she decided to find Frank and have a good talk after returning to the real world. She was very worried that one day her pirate crew would hold a vote, and a large number of mushrooms would cast a solemn vote. At this time, Derek, who had finished listening to the description, curiously asked, "Mr. World, what is flour? Is it like black-faced grass powder? Also, what is milk, what is beef, and what is fish?" He had actually seen fish, but he didn't think those fish were the same creatures as the world's description. Not far southwest of City of Silver, there was a swamp with many strange-shaped, highly poisonous fish-like creatures. In City of Silver, anyone with basic common sense knew that fish were inedible unless one wanted to commit suicide. Klein manipulated the world to turn his gaze to Audrey, as a detailed description of what flour, milk, beef, and fish were would not fit Gehrman Sparrow's persona. As a seasoned spectator, Audrey instantly understood what the other party wanted to express, and she was happy to help. Audrey pondered for a moment and said, "Milk can provide a lot of nutrition, helping you grow taller and stronger." She didn't finish her sentence, because the son, sitting opposite her, was already very burly. So Audrey turned to explain foods like beef and flour. After Justice finished explaining those concepts, Derek looked at the world with fervent eyes. "Thank you, Mr. World. Just like the electric light, this is exactly what our City of Silver needs. When I go back, I will immediately tell the chief, and he will surely be happy as well." Then he asked, "What do you want in exchange?" Klein hesitated for a moment before using the world to say the classical alchemist potion formula. No. Katlia instinctively wanted to stop him, but in the end, she suppressed the impulse. She quietly glanced at Mr. Fool, and seeing that this great existence said nothing, her heart immediately felt much more at ease. Hobert, who was opposite her, saw Katlia's physical movements and almost laughed. "You wouldn't think there's no problem just because the Fool is backing you up, would you? Perhaps Mr. Fool is also feeling much more at ease now that you haven't stopped him." At this time, Alger asked, "The Emperor, can electric lights be used on ships?" He had seen electric lights while playing the role of a pirate and plundering merchant ships, which led to this question. "It is possible," Hobert replied, regaining his composure, "but you'll need to bring more batteries, as ship-borne small generators are still under development." Alger nodded as if he understood, but not quite. "I look forward to the day when the research is successful." At the end of the gathering, the world looked around and said, "Everyone in Backland, please pay close attention to any abnormalities around you." "Okay." Audrey and Leonard nodded successively. Hobert realized that George III's deification ritual was not far off, and he had been busy with nation building recently, so he hadn't had a proper talk with Klein yet. So he said, "After the meeting, we will trade immediately." Klein didn't think much of it and had the world agree. The Tarot Club meeting then ended, and figures simultaneously disappeared above the gray fog, leaving only the Fool, Klein. He began to flip through the diary in his hand. November 21st, because I had made too many preparations beforehand, I obtained that chaotic and terrifying grade 0 sealed artifact faster than expected. Then, after a difficult struggle, and with some assistance, I finally restored it to a pure sequence 1 Beander characteristic. This page of the diary was basically Rosel's description of his process of advancing to the adjacent sequence 1-inch Knowledge Emperor, and the next page also contained Rosel's process of ascending to the moon. Unfortunately, the order of these diary entries was a bit chaotic. The next page would turn into conversations with Dor, Mr., or discussions with Hermes. Continuing to read, Klein was pleasantly surprised to discover that Rosel had recorded the functions of the 9 tombs of the Black Emperor in his diary, as well as the location of the most secret tomb. It was similar to his previous guess, located on that mysterious island he discovered during his early voyages. After reading all the diary entries, Klein's spirituality seemed to sense something, and he reread the description of Rosel's ascension to the moon, as if he had missed some important information. Raging Sea, Longtail Island Governor's Mansion. Hobert and Furs returned to the real world together. He immediately sat up and said, "I'm going to complete a transaction with the world. Oh, by the way, I will be inviting Mr. the World to be our guest soon. Make sure the kitchen prepares some special delicacies." Furs, of course, remembered Hobert's private conversation with the world at the recently concluded gathering, but she hadn't expected Hobert to invite the world as a guest. Immediately after, Furs was somewhat looking forward to the world's arrival, wanting to observe the legendary adventurer up close. Okay, I'll tell the kitchen. Hobert kissed Furs on the forehead, then used travel to return to Backland. First, he took out the tyrant card from the country of disorder and completed the transaction with the world. Immediately after, Hobert prayed to the fool who does not belong to this era. Respected Mr. Fool, please tell the world that I invite him to dinner at the governor's mansion on Longtail Island tomorrow evening, as there are important matters to discuss. Soon, Hobert received a reply from the world, okay, I will arrive around 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Having decided on the matter, Hobert was about to make another trip to the South Balam Duchy when his butler, Doffus, suddenly reported, Your Grace, Leonard is here. He looks very anxious, as if he has something important to discuss with you. Hobert was startled and looked at the clock in the study. The Tarot Club had just ended half an hour ago. What urgent matter could Leonard have encountered? He quickly went to the hall and indeed saw that Leonard's expression was different from usual. Leonard, who usually exuded a casual demeanor, seemed a bit nervous and incredulous at the moment. When he saw Hobert, he proactively approached him, and only when they were close enough did he whisper, Princess Ariana invites you to the cathedral for a talk. Hobert was also stunned. Who? Princess Ariana. Only after Hobert confirmed it was the angel of the darkness pathway, the chief archbishop of the Church of the Evernight Goddess, did he take a deep breath and say, Where is she now? Leonard replied, At St. Samuel Cathedral. Hobert could understand Leonard's mood at this moment, especially the fact that Leonard was sent to invite him. He probably wondered if his participation in the Tarot Club had been discovered. But Hobert quickly calmed down and realized that Ariana herself or the Church of the Evernight Goddess wanted to discuss something with him, and it was not to his disadvantage. Otherwise, the entire Duke's mansion would have already been pulled into the hidden world by now. Hobert simply used travel to arrive at St. Samuel Cathedral. Led by Leonard, Hobert came to a not-so-conspicuous reception room in the church's backyard. Barefoot Ariana, dressed in a simple robe, and Archbishop Anthony, dressed in a clerical robe, were both in the reception room. After Hobert entered, Archbishop Anthony enthusiastically stood up to greet him and exchanged a few pleasantries before Hobert said to Ariana, Madam. Ariana showed a very kind smile, I hope I didn't disturb you. She pointed to the chair opposite her, Please sit. Leonard, at Archbishop Anthony's eye signal, exited the reception room and closed the door. Hobert immediately felt some changes in the surrounding space. The entire room was now in a hidden state. As soon as Hobert sat down, Ariana said, The war in Winter County is currently very brutal. Most of the elite forces of the War God Church are there, and conflicts often occur between us. Just 3 days ago, we received reliable news that an angel from the Eternal Blazing Sun Church was active near the battlefield. It is said that he came to investigate the strange sunlight that appeared earlier. Hearing this, Hobert smiled. He knew that the Eternal Blazing Sun Church would definitely conduct some investigations, but he didn't take it too seriously. Because the Tamara family's hiding place was quite sensitive and not far from the battlefield, the Eternal Blazing Sun would be very cautious when sending people to investigate. By the time they went, Lawrence and the others had already withdrawn, and the Creator had also interfered with the scene, so the Eternal Blazing Sun Church wouldn't be able to trace it back to the Creator for a while. Even if it was traced back to the Creator, it wouldn't matter, because Hobert's actions at the time looked very much like he had used a sealed artifact of Sequence 0, and they wouldn't realize it was a high imitation uniqueness. The Eternal Blazing Sun is not the Storm of Lord. In the current situation where the Intis Republic might join the war at any time, it's impossible for them to impulsively seek a high-level sealed artifact of the Sun pathway from the Creator. Ariana continued, the War God Church seems to have promised that angel some benefits. In yesterday's conflict, that angel from the Eternal Blazing Sun Church supported the War God Church's actions. In our opinion, this is a very dangerous matter. Hobert was slightly startled. Of course, he understood Ariana's meaning. Originally, both sides had 3 angels against 3 angels, and the power at the demigod level was similar. Suddenly, an additional angel appeared. Even if this angel only provided support and had no intention of directly clashing with the Church of the Evernight Goddess, this balance was still broken. Hobert deliberated for a moment before saying, "Madam, this angel was likely attracted by our actions, but we also didn't expect him to be bribed by the War God Church." He spoke very implicitly, with the core meaning being, "We are not responsible for this." Ariana said kindly, "We didn't expect it either. According to the previous frequency of battles, we will have another large-scale confrontation with the War God Church in 3 or 4 days. We hope the Creator can dispatch an angel and several demigods to confront the angel of the eternal blazing sun." She paused and said, "We will pay a certain reward." Only then did Hobert understand. No wonder she was so polite, it turns out she was asking for my help. He pondered for a moment before asking, "May I ask what the reward is?" Ariana said calmly, 2 blasphemy cards. Hobert unconsciously took a deep breath. "May I ask which cards?" "Just to see are in error," Ariana replied. Hobert felt goosebumps all over his body. These 2 cards were precisely the ones he needed. Ariana naturally noticed Hobert's unusual reaction. This was the reward specified by the goddess when she reported this matter to the Evernight Goddess. She immediately realized that this was something Duke Hobert, or the Creator's power, desperately needed. At the same time, Ariana gained a deeper understanding of the alliance between the Evernight Goddess and the Creator. Previously, she only thought that both sides had shown goodwill to each other and had no conflict of interest, belonging to a relationship where they would not be enemies. But now it seemed that the goddess understood the forces of the Creator very well, and it should be more than just a superficial cooperation. Precisely because of the goddess's understanding of the Creator's forces, this negotiation should be easily successful. In Ariana's view, trading 2 blasphemy cards for an angel's intervention was a very cost-effective deal. After all, the Loan Kingdom gave Hobert a duchy, and only then did the Creator's forces stand on Loan's side. However, Hobert's sneak attack on St. Milan and his hostility towards the Fasak Empire did not mean that they were willing to treat the War God Church as an enemy. Hobert took a deep breath, steadied his emotions, and asked, "May I ask, what are the sources of these 2 cards?" Ariana replied, "The Justiciar card came from a sacrifice offered by a royal family member believer, and the Error card came from the encirclement and killing of an Aemon clone decades ago." Hobert already had a plan in mind, but he knew the importance of doing things thoroughly, so he said, "Please prepare a quiet room for me. I need to report this matter to the Creator." Ariana slowly nodded, and Bishop Anthony led Hobert to an adjacent room. Hobert pretended to pray in the room and quietly reported the transaction Ariana had just proposed. Then, after waiting for 2 or 3 minutes, he again pretended to praise the Creator. After getting up, Hobert, accompanied by Archbishop Anthony at the door, returned to Ariana's presence. "The Creator has agreed to this transaction." He paused and added, "I will also participate in the battle then. Please signal me when an angel needs to intervene, and I will guide the target for that angel." Ariana had seen relevant reports and knew that the angels loyal to the Creator seemed to be in an unusual state, but they seemed to have a way to temporarily restore their peak condition. Therefore, Ariana did not express any doubts at the moment. Both parties agreed that Hobert would bring several demigods to the Amanda Mountains on Wednesday afternoon to rendezvous with the Beyonders of the Church of the Evernight Goddess. Emerging from St. Samuel Cathedral, Hobert took a deep breath, sighing inwardly, "With the Error card, Fool can basically help me complete the grafting of the bloodline." He had originally been considering alternative plans, but now it seemed unnecessary. This made his plan very feasible again. Currently, only one step remained: obtaining a trace of Erebus's spirituality. In the evening, Hobert arrived at the governor's mansion on Longtail Island and, for once, had a peaceful night's sleep. The next morning, Furs uncharacteristically woke up around 7 o'clock and picked up Dorian around 8. Today, Hobert also specially set aside most of the day to accompany Dorian on a tour of the factories and newly built water conservancy projects on Longtail Island. Sitting in the carriage, Dorian, with his broad shoulders, looked at the dams and canals and couldn't help but ask, "Is Longtail Island's grain output much higher than the North Continent's?" Hobert smiled and replied, "With these water conservancy facilities, plus our improved wheat and rice seeds, the current yield per mu is about 4 times that of the North Continent." The local people are still not very accustomed to the farm tools given to them. Once they become proficient and develop the habit of intensive farming, the yield per mu will definitely continue to increase, reaching about 6 times. Such terrifying production increases were inseparable from the Earth Mother Church priests' recultivation of seeds. The corresponding water conservancy facilities were only an important auxiliary role, because after the increase in production, the required water and fertilizer also increased exponentially. Dorian then said, even so, these water conservancy facilities should take a long time to recover their costs, right? At least 10 years, Hobert smiled, but by then, new reinforcement and construction will definitely be needed again. He naturally understood what Dorian was really asking. For a force, such investment is necessary. Because we need to ensure we have sufficient food supplies to prevent certain forces from using food to threaten us at some point in the future. Dorian smiled. This concept is very novel, and such prevention is indeed very necessary. Furs, listening to their conversation from the side, showed a genuine smile. Furs had always respected Dorian, partly because he had given her a lot of help, and partly because Furs had lacked a father figure since she was a child. Dorian's appearance, to some extent, made up for her regret about not having a father. So when she saw Hobert chatting very happily with Dorian, she was also very pleased. As the carriage moved slowly forward, Dorian again saw the clothes of the local natives. The dressing style here is distinctly different from that of the North Continent. Is that a vest? Hobert explained. When we first arrived here, the local people didn't even have the habit of wearing clothes, so we improved some of the North Continent's clothing based on the local environment. Their tops are similar to vests, except the shoulders are slightly wider so that they won't chafe their skin when carrying loads. We call them sleeveless jackets. There's nothing much to say about the pants, they're just made a bit shorter, called shorts. Vests were not suitable for farm work, so Hobert adopted the sleeveless jacket he had in mind. Dorian exclaimed, "This is a land with an innovative spirit." He smiled and added, "If I had known about such a place when I was young, I would definitely have moved here to live." Hobert smiled and said, "I can prepare a house for you here, and Furs can give you the corresponding pass. With the pass, you can utilize our teleportation array to visit often. Especially during the North Continent's winter, this place is still very warm, so you can come here to spend the winter." Dorian was somewhat moved. "Thank you." But he immediately added, "However, I cannot accept your gifts. I can, however, buy a house." Hobert did not stand on ceremony. "All right, leave this matter to Furs." As he spoke, he glanced at Furs, who naturally understood and would give Dorian some discount then. Dorian added, "Regarding the teleportation array, Furs mentioned it to me in her letter. She said it came from a ruin that worshipped Mr. Dor, right?" After the teleportation array was built on Longtail Island, Furs first communicated with Hobert before writing to Dorian about it. "That's right," Hobert replied. Dorian then asked, "Can you tell me where that ruin is?" Hobert said, "I cannot tell you yet, because that ruin is currently very dangerous, and no one can go there at the moment." Dorian could not hide his disappointment. "What a pity. At least the teleportation array has reappeared in the world," Hobert smiled. Dorian also smiled along. "Indeed. Come on, let's go visit the teleportation array again." When Dorian saw the continuously operating teleportation array, he was filled with emotion, recalling the records in his family's notes that the Abraham family once controlled all teleportation arrays on the North-South continent. How prosperous the family was at that time, and now. Soon it was lunchtime, and the atmosphere at the table was also very pleasant. As they chatted, Dorian subtly inquired about the situation of the Creator's faction. Hobert smiled and said, "You should be a Beander of the apprentice pathway, right?" Dorian nodded. "Yes." Hobert said casually, "A portion of the former Theosophy Order members are currently serving the Creator, and many of them are Beyonders of the apprentice pathway." Furs had previously revealed information about the South Colson campaign to Dorian, mainly hoping that teacher Dorian could also lead his clansmen to pledge allegiance to the Creator, thereby obtaining the Creator's protection and avoiding continued torment from the Blood Moon curse. However, at that time, and even until now, Dorian had never mentioned to Furs that he was a member of the Abraham family, only saying that he came from an organization. Dorian was so cautious because this family currently had no Beyonders at the demigod level, but they possessed grade 0 sealed artifacts and a lot of Beyonder accumulation. Their strength was insufficient to protect these accumulations, so they dared not reveal their true background. At this moment, as Hobert spoke of this, Dorian was also deeply moved. For him, it was news of another branch of his family members. Dorian smiled and said, "This is one of the purposes of my visit today. I hope to learn more about them." He ultimately decided to be more frank and did not hide his purpose. Hobert thought for a moment before refusing. "I'm sorry, revealing too much information about them would violate our relevant regulations." Dorian then smiled and said, "You don't have to apologize for that. I know it would put you in a difficult position. I shouldn't have made such a request, but I really want to know where their Beyonder characteristic comes from." Hobert smiled and said, "You can have a few Beyonders of the apprentice pathway join the Traveler Research Society that FIRS established. This research association also recruits members externally. Many low-sequence members of the Council of Knowledge have already joined this organization." Ultimately, Hobert did not want to recruit these Abraham family members represented by Dorian. It wasn't that he didn't want to compete with Klein for them, but rather that their highest sequence was only sequence 7. For the creator's current faction, there was no shortage of Beyonders at this level. Especially after the Traveler Research Society was established, Hobert would soon be able to cultivate a group of apprentice pathway Beyonders loyal to him. The Council of Knowledge at least had a few demigods, while Dorian and his group were too weak. They did have many sealed artifacts, but it was impossible for them to sacrifice them to the Creator. And currently, the Creator did not need their sacrifices. It was only out of consideration for FIRS that Hobert allowed Dorian to send a few members to join the Traveler Research Society. Regarding this, Hobert had a very clear principle. When it did not involve the organization's interests, he greatly respected Dorian because of FIRS. However, when it came to the organization's interests, he would not give Dorian and others too much preferential treatment. Dorian thought for a moment. This was indeed a way. In fact, what Dorian most wanted to understand was what kind of protection the Creator specifically gave to the Abraham family members of the Council of Knowledge. He was very clear that for Abraham family members to advance to demigod, they must receive the protection of a deity to free them from the blood moon curse. Otherwise, after advancing to sequence 6, their condition would be very poor, and if they had a chance to advance to sequence 5, they would almost lose control after experiencing a blood moon curse. Through the information feedback from the Council of Knowledge, Dorian, after evaluating with the main family members, would decide whether to reveal their cards to the Creator's faction. However, in Hobert's view, Dorian might not understand the current situation, and by the time they made their decision, it would be too late. The subsequent conversation revolved around the current war on the North Continent, and of course, they also discussed the air raid on St. Milan. Because under the vigorous propaganda of the Rune Kingdom, the Beyonder world had already heard that the Creator had intervened at that time. After Dorian confirmed this again, he exclaimed, "The Creator is a benevolent deity." He was also very clear that it was unlikely for an ordinary deity to risk a divine war to rescue a few subordinates. Of course, it was not excluded that this was a demonstration of taking a side. The entire lunch ended in a pleasant atmosphere, and they then took a walk together by the sea for a while before FIRS took Dorian away. Through this half-day of observation, Dorian could confirm that Hobert's condition was very good, which proved that he had not been adversely affected by the Creator. Dorian decided that upon his return, he would convene the main members of the Abraham family to discuss his trip to Longtail Island and deliberate on how to approach the Creator's faction. Hobert currently had no time to focus on the Abraham family's affairs. He used the afternoon to visit Anjou, informing several demigods that there would be an operation tomorrow and telling them to prepare in advance. Then Hobert also learned about the current movements of the Earth King and the warlords. He was very pleased to find that these former agents of the Rune Kingdom had finally come to their senses and had begun to threaten Anjou with force. Currently, Hobert's intelligence network in the South Continent was in its nascent stage and could not provide much useful information, but based on his speculation, the Earth King and the warlords must have received strong support, otherwise, they would not have become so defiant just by hearing that Hobert intended to issue a warrant for them. And this strong support was most likely the Highland Kingdom, because before the outbreak of total war, there would not be too much conflict between the Intis Republic and the Fenaport Kingdom and the South Balam Duchy. This was an excellent window of opportunity. Hobert would wait a bit longer. If these warlords did not openly rebel before or after George III became a god, he would take the initiative to attack. End the civil war at the beginning of the total war. There would be other opportunities to digest the potion, but such a strategic opportunity could not be missed. Around 4 in the afternoon, Hobert returned to Longtail Island, instructing the servants to set up a canopy and arrange tables and chairs on the beach in the governor's mansion's backyard. He planned to dine there with Klein later. While the servants were setting up the canopy, Furs, dressed in a light, airy dress, also arrived. The two strolled and chatted on the beach under the setting sun. Furs said, "I'm sorry, Hobert, Teacher Dorian has experienced severe betrayal, which has made them very cautious." "There's nothing to apologize for," Hobert smiled. "Because it's not your fault. This is just our hospitality towards Dorian." Furs sighed. "But in my opinion, this group of Abraham family members of Teacher Dorian's has lost many opportunities, they should be more proactive." Hobert said seriously, "There's one thing I hope you understand. Do not give them too much help before Dorian actively requests it, otherwise, it might make things worse." Furs nodded. "I know." Just as they spoke, the space on the beach suddenly became illusory. Klein, with Gehrman Sparrow's face, stepped out of the spirit world and appeared before the two. Hobert opened his arms and smiled warmly. "Welcome, welcome. Haha, our legendary adventurer, Mr. Gehrman Sparrow." He then introduced Furs and Klein. Klein had previously attended Hobert and Furs's wedding and knew that Furs was the magician. But this was their first formal meeting. They greeted each other, and Hobert invited Klein to the prepared canopy, where they chatted while drinking fresh coconut juice. At this time, the sun had already set below the horizon, appearing less bright than during the day. Several seagulls circled above the sea, occasionally swooping down to catch fish before sharply flying back into the sky. The golden-hued waves, illuminated by the setting sun, gently lapped against the sandy beach, making a whoosh, whoosh sound. The three people in the pergola felt a deep sense of peace and tranquility upon seeing this scene. Hobert sighed. "Dusk always makes one think of sad things." He sighed again and continued, "Just now, I was thinking of the victims of the Backland smog event. At that time, I saw pedestrians all along the street collapse to the ground. They struggled painfully and might have desperately cried for help before they died, but the merciless virus still claimed their lives." Hobert looked at the sun on the horizon, and now, people have forgotten this tragedy. The Air Pollution Investigation Committee has become an institution for politicians to attack and compromise with each other. No one remembers those who died, and no one knows how terribly those who died in the fog struggled before their deaths. Furs looked at Hobert's profile. They had talked about the Backland smog event before, but Hobert had not expressed these feelings at that time. Klein, however, understood perfectly why Hobert would express such emotions. It was difficult for someone from a peaceful country and a peaceful era to imagine such a tragedy occurring in what was also a peaceful country and a peaceful era. So, through my unremitting efforts, I severely struck at the Demonist sect and the Aurora Order. Hobert waved his fist. Currently, the Demonist sect has basically disappeared on the North Continent. Additionally, under my organization, 4 saints of the Aurora Order have been killed, causing great losses to these madmen. Klein mused. I had suspected before if there was another reason why Hobert was so targeted towards the Witch Church. Now it's clear. Perhaps after the Backland smog event, he decided to retaliate against those who initiated this tragedy. When everyone else had forgotten those ordinary people who died in the smog event, or rather, when everyone else didn't care about those lives, Hobert cared deeply, and he never forgot the people who died in the smog. Now, only one last culprit remains at large. Hobert suddenly smiled, then waved his hand to distort the path of sound waves around them, preventing anyone outside the pavilion from hearing their conversation. Klein knew that Hobert had invited him to discuss George III's apotheosis. He said in Gehrman Sparrow's stern tone, "I thought that since you became a Duke of Lowen and collaborated with Lowen, you wouldn't oppose George III's apotheosis." Hobert smiled and said, "I am a Duke of Lowen and I cooperate with Lowen. What does that have to do with George III?" Klein almost broke character, nearly asking Hobert, "Where's your integrity?" But after thinking about it carefully, he didn't know how to refute. Besides, I'm not stupid. I won't openly oppose George III's apotheosis. Hobert smiled and said, I will merely tell the Fasak Empire and the Fenaport Kingdom the key to George III's apotheosis. Also, I know that you and the Queen Mystic will not stand idly by either. Klein nodded solemnly. That's right. All the gods had tacitly approved George III's apotheosis plan, but the fool opposed it, and Klein also opposed it. If someone who could sacrifice hundreds of thousands of lives for apotheosis truly became a god, then in Klein's view, gods would be far too cheap. For him, if he didn't stop it, it would definitely affect his mental state in the future. Since our battle lines are unified, I will now reveal some key intelligence regarding the Black Emperor's apotheosis ritual. Hobert withdrew his gaze and looked at Klein. Furs was slightly stunned. Only now did she realize that Hobert had invited the world to discuss how to stop George III's apotheosis. Then she became somewhat excited. This was destined to be another great collaboration between the creator and the fool. Klein knew that crucial intelligence was coming, so he held his breath and listened carefully. According to some intelligence provided to us by the creator, Hobert said, the ritual for advancing to Black Emperor is: possess your own kingdom, link your name with the title of emperor, make it common knowledge among the populace, and also establish a strict, complex, but abnormal set of rules, including architectural styles. Then, secretly compel the populace to build 9 pyramid-like mausoleums, and finally, enter one of them to consume the sequence 0 potion during corresponding sacrificial rituals participated in by the vast majority of the populace, spread across different cities. Only then did Klein understand the complete ritual for advancing to Black Emperor, the king's national speech. The major newspapers had been publicizing the king's national speech these past few days. It was said that new technology would be used to allow all squares across the country to hear the king's speech simultaneously. And the time of the speech was 10 days later. I think so too. Hobert said, this fits the condition of sacrifices participated in by the vast majority of the populace. He paused and then continued, as for the other conditions, George III basically meets them. First, he had his own kingdom after ascending the throne. And for decades, George III being the king has become common knowledge among the Loan people. The only thing he didn't do well enough was perhaps not establishing a set of rules that went against normal circumstances, although he did establish new rules through actions like the Corn Laws, civil service examinations, and supporting the rise of electric lighting. But for the advancement ritual, he didn't do it very thoroughly. Klein slowly nodded, finally understanding the source of some of the turbulent factors in recent years. Hobert continued, the most crucial part of this ritual is the establishment of 9 mausoleums. The royal family's excavation of ancient ruins actually led to finding the 9 mausoleums left behind by Tudor back then. We've mentioned this before. Tudor made many preparations to become Black Emperor back then, including compelling the populace to secretly build 9 mausoleums. At that time, Adam was already secretly supporting Tudor, so it's very likely that Adam told the Rune royal family the location of those 9 mausoleums. Klein and Furs both knew that the Adam Hobert referred to as Adam, because once the other party was mentioned, the other party would also know Hobert, and it was very likely that they would trace back and learn of their secret meeting today. So Hobert simply used Adam as a substitute. Hobert continued, of course, it's also possible that the Rune royal family found them themselves. As far as I know, after becoming a justiciar, one develops a certain association with their territory. One of the specific manifestations is being able to roughly sense some secret ruins within the territory. I believe that sequence 1 foot hand of order of this pathway should also have similar abilities, although such abilities are relatively weaker compared to a true god. For over 1,000 years, William I has been the protector of the Loan kingdom. He should also have a mystical connection with his territory, and perhaps he also knows the location of those 9 mausoleums. In the diary Klein had just read yesterday, there were also many descriptions of the 9 mausoleums, though not as detailed as Hobert's. He asked, if we destroy the mausoleums, can we stop the king's advancement? Theoretically, yes. Hobert said, but the timing for destroying the mausoleums must be just right. If it's too early, the royal family will discover it, and the advancement ritual will be terminated early. If it's too late, destroying them will be meaningless. As he spoke, he took out a prepared, backland area map, on which 9 red dots were marked. These are the locations of the 9 mausoleums. Klein took the map and glanced at it. The locations of 2 of the mausoleums matched the intelligence he had received, but he was still somewhat surprised. You weren't discovered when you were looking for the locations of the 9 mausoleums. Around those ruins, the royal family had set up many defensive arrangements. Not only were they difficult to discover, but if suspicious people approached, some Beander traps would be triggered. Hobert smiled and said, "You might have forgotten that before the Rune royal family became the masters of that land, Truncest was the master of that land. And he was also a justiciar. In the 4th epoch, Tudor was forced to declare himself emperor in Intis, and without the corresponding protection for these mausoleums, they couldn't be hidden from Truncest." Klein nodded slightly. He hadn't thought of that just now. He remembered Hobert mentioning that among the Beyonders serving the Creator, there were many members of the Trensust family. Hobert pointed to 2 mausoleums in the northern suburbs of Backland. "I have already told the Fasak Empire about these 2 locations. More precisely, he exchanged these 2 locations for a colony roughly half the size of a county." Then he pointed to 2 locations on the west side. "I plan to tell the Fenaport Kingdom about these 2 locations." Klein confirmed again, "I heard that destroying 2 or 3 of the mausoleums would be enough to stop the advancement ritual. Do we need to destroy all of them?" Hobert smiled slightly. "To be cautious, it's better to destroy a few more." Then he pointed out 2 mausoleums in southern Backland. "These 2 mausoleums will be our responsibility. Which one do you plan to destroy among the remaining ones?" Klein had no choice but to point to the 2 in the east and say, "These 2 then." He would destroy one, and tell Triss about the other. Hobert nodded. "The last one is left for Queen Mystic, Bernadette." "Haha, George III is really unlucky, all 9 mausoleums have been claimed." Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. Under the awning outside the governor's mansion on Longtail Island, Duke Hobert again told Klein the way to enter the mausoleum. Mr. Dorr had some arrangements within these mausoleums back then. Originally, it was meant to allow Tudor to travel freely among the 9 mausoleums, or for the protective forces of the mausoleums to quickly support each other, but these arrangements became a loophole in the mausoleums. According to some intelligence I've obtained, the Rune royal family only modified the mausoleums, but did not rebuild them, so Mr. Dorr's arrangements are still in place. Klein said, "I've heard about that too." He had once used a corresponding ritual to contact Mr. Dorr and inquired from him about the method to enter the mausoleum. It required the blood of 22 Beyonders from different sequences. However, Duke Hobert's method of entering the mausoleum was simpler. It requires the blood of a sequence 7 or higher Beyander from the Traveler's Gate pathway, as well as a demigod-level charm with the ability to alter. Just recently, the Council of Knowledge has been targeting a sequence 6 of the Theosophy Order. I have already informed them that when they besiege and kill that sequence 6, they should drain his blood and preserve it. So I can provide the blood and the charm. A few days after these charms are made, I will send them to you along with the blood." Klein nodded, "All right." He also felt that this method was more convenient. Finally, they discussed it, and Klein would contact the Queen Mystic. After putting away the map, Duke Hobert lifted the altar on the surroundings, allowing the servants to start serving dishes. The 3 of them ate and chatted, talking about the South Balam Duchy, the adventurer profession, the future development prospects of Tutuja Harbor, and the high society of Backland. The topics became increasingly relaxed afterward, and one after another, they talked about Duke Hobert's wedding with Furs, the Nighthawks, and Tingen City. Listening to their conversation, Furs only then realized that Duke Hobert and the world had known each other for a long time, and it even seemed that when their sequences were not high, they had together prevented the descent of an evil god. Klein hadn't had such a leisurely chat about the past in a long time, because he wore layers of masks and couldn't talk about his true past with the people around him. But here he could talk about it, because he knew Duke Hobert and Furs would not reveal these secrets. At the same time, the delicious food arranged by the kitchen also whetted Klein's appetite. especially when he got the chopped pepper fish head, which felt like eating a hometown dish in a foreign land. Unknowingly, they chatted until past 8 in the evening, and both he and Duke Hobert still felt somewhat unsatisfied. So after dinner, Duke Hobert invited Klein for a walk by the sea. Furs, of course, understood that they wanted to talk alone, so she said she still had some official business to handle and did not go with them. In the dark night, the waves still gently lapped the shore. Duke Hobert smiled and said, "I remember seeing a concept about wave power generation. I wonder if it can be realized in this world with the blessing of Beyonder abilities." As a former keyboard warrior, Klein had, of course, also heard of this concept. "I remember that this technology has made significant breakthroughs, but it's not like I imagined, building power stations on the shore, but rather building them in the sea." Duke Hobert recalled, "Now that you mention it, I think I remember something like that too." Then he said, "Many of my previous memories are very blurry. Perhaps it's because these two worlds are completely different." Klein sighed, "I'm almost forgetting the taste of stir-fried knife-cut noodles and fish-flavored shredded pork." Before he transmigrated, these were two of his favorite dishes. Duke Hobert sighed, "This world has its wonderful aspects, and also its frustrating ones. For example, the curse I encountered, this is by far the most difficult problem I've faced. But if I don't face it, I'll either turn into a madman or a spiritual patchwork like Truncest." Klein was slightly startled. He was about to say that Fool had not yet retrieved enough authority and couldn't help. However, upon hearing Duke Hobert's lament, he suddenly didn't know how to speak. Duke Hobert then continued, "Oh, right, yesterday I forgot to tell you the reward I can pay to Fool." He didn't give Klein a chance to refuse and directly said, "The error card." Klein, who was about to tell Duke Hobert the truth, suddenly froze. He asked, "The blasphemy card of the Marauder pathway?" Duke Hobert smiled slightly, "Exactly. For him, the two cards given by the Night Goddess Church must be obtained. One was of great utilized to him, and one was of great utilized to Klein." Klein pondered for a moment, thinking that with the blasphemy card of a neighboring pathway, he should be able to perform more operations. His utilize of the blasphemy card above the gray fog was similar in principle to Duke Hobert's utilize of the blasphemy card. Both used the blasphemy card as a medium to strengthen their own Beyonder characteristics and mobilize more power. Klein had also envisioned before that if he could get Full card, or the blasphemy card of a neighboring pathway, this medium would be more intimate with his own pathway and the power above the gray fog, and would certainly be able to mobilize more power. He paused for a few seconds before saying, "This reward is very reasonable, but you will have to pay this blasphemy card before you advance." He spoke frankly, "Mr. Fool may need to do some research." "No problem," Duke Hobert readily agreed, "I will sacrifice it to Mr. Fool 2 days before my advancement." The reason he wouldn't immediately sacrifice it to Fool after getting the card was that Duke Hobert was afraid that if Amon's avatar caught Klein later, and Klein happened to have this card on him, it would be a mess. As for Klein being caught, Duke Hobert did not intend to warn him in advance. He remembered that Amon had told Klein many astonishing secrets at the time to deceive him. And those secrets were more suitable to be told to him by Amon's avatar. In any case, Klein eventually escaped danger, and now with the Creator's help, perhaps he could escape without dying once. But it would be best for Klein to go to the God-forsaken land. After all, Chernobyl and Month City were there. After discussing the important matters, the two began to chat aimlessly again. It wasn't until past 10 o'clock, when the only lights still on Longtail Island were those of the governor's mansion, that Klein took his leave. Just as he was about to enter the spirit world, Duke Hobert smiled, "Take care, fellow countrymen." The word, fellow countrymen, deeply touched Klein, and Gehrman Sparrow's persona immediately collapsed. He revealed a brilliant smile, "You too, fellow countrymen." Watching Klein leave, Duke Hobert wandered alone on the beach for another half an hour. Thinking of the problems he encountered, and then the problems Klein would encounter, he was filled with emotion for a moment. It wasn't until Duke Hobert had calmed his emotions that he returned to the governor's mansion. In the master bedroom of the mansion, Furs had not yet fallen asleep. She smiled, "I didn't expect that the famous adventurer who seemed so dangerous in the newspapers would be so fond of food and cherish communication with friends." Duke Hobert said while taking off his coat, "This guy has it harder than me." Fortunately, I still have a few close people, but he is different. For some reasons, he has to hide his past, so he is too lonely. Duke Hobert lay on the bed and sighed, this beautiful yet messed up world. Furs hugged Duke Hobert, at least he still has you as a friend. Duke Hobert smiled and snapped his fingers, and the light switch was altered by him, instantly turning off the light. I hope that in the future, I can also help him. On Wednesday morning, Duke Hobert began preparing for his trip to the Amanda Mountains after getting up. For him, this was the most urgent matter at hand. Around 9 in the morning, he welcomed an unexpected yet anticipated guest, Bernadette. Wearing an Intis-style white shirt and a dark jacket, paired with tight jeans that resembled those in Duke Hobert's impression, Bernadette immediately sighed, I didn't expect Tutuja Harbor to be so prosperous already. Apparently, she had already visited Tutuja Harbor first. It's all right, Duke Hobert smiled, I heard that the pirate conference will be held there next year. I believe that after that grand event in the pirate world, this port will become even more prosperous. At that time, it would definitely become a pirate's paradise. As they chatted, Duke Hobert invited Bernadette into a reception room. From the window here, one could see the coconut grove in the distance, and a small beach. Bernadette looked at the distant scenery and sighed, it's been so long since I've quietly watched the waves. After the servant served tea, Duke Hobert did not respond to Bernadette's lament, but instead, altered the surroundings to ensure their conversation would not be overheard. Bernadette then asked, I heard that Longtail Island will no longer have servants. There will be no more transactions involving the buying and selling of servants, Duke Hobert said. The new policy is that employers and servants must sign employment contracts, otherwise employers will be severely punished. Some clauses in that contract will guarantee the personal safety of servants and give them at least basic respect. At this point, he spread his hands, too many people in this world need the job of a servant. As their ruler, I cannot let that portion of the population lose their source of income. Bernadette smiled, you are a qualified ruler. Thank you. She then continued, yesterday, Gairman Sparrow found me and told me about your plan. Duke Hobert nodded, do you have any other questions about our plan? No, my spirituality suddenly realized that it's actually where I need your help, Bernadette said with a smile. When Duke Hobert initiated the South Colson campaign, he asked Bernadette to leave the Oravi Island to participate. One of Bernadette's conditions was, in the future, she might need Duke Hobert's help. Duke Hobert took a sip of tea, if I were you, I wouldn't bring this up actively. He put down his teacup, unless you have something else to discuss with me. That's why she proactively brought it up, to show her openness. Bernadette held her teacup, but she never drank the tea and sighed, yes, I very much want to know, what is the Creator's attitude towards my father? During the South Colson campaign, she had observed the Creator and at that time she was very sure that the Creator should be of the Black Emperor pathway, or a neighboring pathway to the Black Emperor. Theoretically speaking, this should be her father's enemy, but the Creator and God blessed Duke Hobert showed enough goodwill, which was very strange. Especially with George III becoming a god, it was clear that the Creator also did not want the king to become a god, even if they appeared to have a very close cooperative relationship on the surface. But when it came to the struggle for Beander characteristic, the Creator would never compromise. Therefore, the Creator's attitude towards her father was crucial, as it would affect how the two organizations would interact with each other in the future. Hobert replied, I can only say there's no ill will. I also told you before that I would help you find Rosal the Great. Bernadette put down her teacup, why? Hobert smiled and replied, I don't know the specific reason, but I guess it might be because the Creator knows your father. Bernadette was slightly startled, just because of that reason. Otherwise. Hobert retorted, do you think gods have many acquaintances? Bernadette was at a loss for words for a moment. She wasn't familiar with gods either and didn't know what they thought. But she always felt a little uneasy, would a god have such a humanized action? Bernadette was silent for a few seconds before saying, can you tell me how the Creator will treat my father if he is found? Hobert smiled, I'm not sure, but I guess it should be leaning towards rescue, or making some kind of deal. After all, if they wanted to kill Rosal the Great, there would be no need for such trouble. As long as they supported George III becoming a god, once a new Black Emperor appeared, your father would never have hope of resurrection. This was precisely what Bernadette found strange, and also why she always felt that the Creator had a certain goodwill towards her father. As Hobert said, if the Creator wanted to harm him, he wouldn't need to do anything at all. Not only that, but currently the Creator was also preparing to look for her father. So, in Bernadette's opinion, the Creator at least did not intend to directly harm her father. Bernadette pondered for a few seconds, and finally, she also felt that it was more likely that the Creator wanted to complete some kind of transaction with her father. I understand. Bernadette took a deep breath and asked, when do we depart? Hobert was startled. Depart to find your father. Yes. At least after both of us have advanced to Sequence 2. Hobert reminded, only at the Sequence 2 level can we avoid some pollution, or avoid being affected by some influences. Bernadette nodded, okay, I'll wait for you to come find me. After speaking, she stood up, ready to leave immediately. Hobert urged, guard that lamp well, don't let Erebus take it. Bernadette, of course, understood what Hobert meant by that lamp. She nodded, I know. As she spoke, a pair of illusory wings grew from Bernadette's back, and the huge wings enveloped Bernadette. A gentle breeze blew, and the illusory wings scattered like smoke, returning to nothingness. Bernadette within the wings also vanished. Hobert removed his altar, and continued to attend to his own matters. Just as the Bach family's demigods had assembled and were ready to depart, Alan, the butler of the South Colson Lord's Manor, came to report, Princess Ethel has sent an envoy, hoping to invite you to hunt in Feniport City tomorrow. Ethel had previously invited Hobert to hunt together, but Hobert had not taken it seriously at the time. This time, the invitation clearly involved something to discuss. Hobert guessed it was very likely also about George III becoming a god, and he could take the opportunity to promote the location of George III's tomb. So Hobert said to Alan, tell the envoy that I am not available tomorrow. On Saturday morning, please ask Princess Ethel to avoid detection and secretly meet in the Lord's Manor's main hall. Hobert believed that Ethel must be very aware that there were many Loan spies in Feniport City. For Hobert, if his whereabouts were discovered, it would affect his subsequent plans. After Alan left, Hobert departed with Lawrence and 4 other demigods. All those participating in this operation were demigods of the Bach family. The Beyonders of the South Balam Principality were temporarily placed under Angus's command. The group used 2 sealed artifact with travel abilities to arrive at York City in the Amanda Mountains. This was the holy land of the Church of the Evernight Goddess, and once the capital of the Evernight Goddess's divine kingdom. Now, besides being used by believers for pilgrimage, this city was generally also used to receive some forces not belonging to the Church of the Night. Hobert and his group arrived at the city gate and saw that the city walls were entirely built of black stones and bricks, with a very ancient structure, and many modifications could also be seen. Looking out from here towards the Amanda Mountains, one could just see the headquarters of the Church of the Evernight Goddess, Deep Dark Heaven Kingdom. It was a complex of buildings forever under the night sky, with tall black churches and corresponding ancient structures visible halfway up the mountain. The starlight shone just right, making the entire complex look incredibly sacred. Just as Hobert and a few others were curiously looking around, a middle-aged man wearing a black night church bishop's robe and with thinning hair walked towards them. Duke Hobert, and all of you, hello. I have been ordered to receive you here. Hobert glanced into the other party's eyes. They were not only profound but also seemed to have a pool of black spring water slowly flowing within them. He then smiled and said, hello. You can call me Ben. The middle-aged man led the 5 people into the city. Please follow me. York City now resembled a large reception center. In the city center was a huge pilgrimage square, and the city's other buildings served only 2 purposes, dining and lodging. There were no residential areas or factory district. Everywhere one looked were restaurants and hotels, though most were not open at the moment. Ben introduced to everyone that it looked quite deserted now, but when the winter solstice came, these rooms would not be enough, and even large areas of tents would be set up outside the city. The winter solstice was the winter solstice, but for the Church of the Evernight Goddess and its believers, it was a very important day. The night on this day was the longest, regarded by believers as the Evernight Goddess's birthday. Hobert thought to himself, this is an aspect of religious fanaticism. The 5 people were arranged in a rather luxurious guest house, which should have been prepared for important believers. After Bin introduced the locations of the restaurant and bathroom, he very politely asked everyone to wait in their rooms and invited Hobert to the quiet church in Deep Dark Heaven Kingdom to discuss the battle plan. Hobert was slightly startled, not expecting to be able to see the legendary quiet church. He chatted with Bin as he followed him to the basement. In the center of the stone-built basement, there was a stone door made of obsidian. The center of the stone door was pitch black, sparkling with tiny stars. Seeing the structure of this stone door, Hobert could confirm that it was not the Traveler's Gate. Upon entering that stone door, Hobert felt as if he was in the starry sky, with bright stars dotting the vast night sky. Following behind Bin, he walked forward, guessing that it should be a portal-like structure built using the astral world. However, this kind of portal should only be usable near the Divine Kingdom, because only the starry sky near the Divine Kingdom had enough connection with the real world. After only a few steps, Bin pushed forward, opening a door in the pitch-black starry sky, and led Hobert out of that space that resembled the starry sky. Hobert saw that outside the door was also a huge stone structure, like another basement. However, there were several obsidian doors here, and people were constantly going in and out. Bin greeted them, and as these clerics responded to Bin, they would also look at Hobert with curious eyes. It was through their small talk that Hobert learned that Bin was actually an archbishop. Then he should be a demigod. This was also in line with the diplomatic etiquette of reciprocity, as Hobert and others were also demigods, so it was quite normal to send a demigod to receive them. Coming to the ground structure via the stairs, Hobert saw a huge chapel on one side of the corridor, with patches of starlight shining in through the surrounding windows. Hobert realized that he was now inside the quiet church. They did not enter the chapel, but rather followed the corridor to a rather simple, very spacious room. Hobert found that the entire quiet church seemed very simple. The clerics here were either dressed in servant robes or bishop's robes, or they were dressed as ascetics. The few people in the stone room were also like that. Some wore bishop's robes, while others, like Ariana, were dressed very simply. But these people were all archbishop-level figures, and among them, Hobert also saw Archbishop Anthony. The two had just exchanged a few pleasantries when Ms. Ariana and a middle-aged man in a completely black robe entered. Everyone stood up and bowed. That middle-aged man was none other than the legendary Samuel. Of course, within the Church of the Night, believers and Nighthawks alike called him Saint Samuel, and currently, the cathedral in Backland is named after him. After Hobert bowed with everyone, he looked at the beardless man before him. He remembered that Saint Samuel was already an angel during the fourth epoch. Samuel gave off a very harmonious feeling. He also looked at Hobert, then said in a slightly hoarse voice, "Let me introduce this gentleman. This is Duke Hobert. I believe his name is not unfamiliar to you." He paused and then said, "For tomorrow's battle, we have invited an angel from the Creator to cover our western flank of the entire battlefield." Some archbishops had not been informed of this plan in advance. Upon hearing Saint Samuel's words, they, like Ariana before, re-evaluated the relationship between the Church of the Night and the Creator's forces in their minds. Based on the brief combat meeting Samuel convened, Hobert learned the true situation of the Amanda Mountain Pass battlefield. It wasn't a back and forth as reported by the newspapers. Instead, the well-prepared Fasak Empire still held the advantage. If not for the massive supplies and soldiers transported to the front lines via teleportation arrays, most of this defensive line might have already fallen. The main reason was that the Ministry of Defense misjudged the ammunition consumption of modern warfare. At the very beginning of the war, ammunition reserves were quickly depleted, and it took more than a month of round-the-clock production from the armories to finally meet the battlefield's demand, thus stabilizing the front line. The current lull in fighting was because the Fasak Empire's military had also misjudged their ammunition consumption, and their initial preparations were almost exhausted. Hobert guessed that there might also be Beander factors involved. The high-ranking officials of the Fasak Empire had received crucial intelligence from him regarding the disruption of George III's ascension to godhood, so there was no need for the front line to fight so fiercely. However, the high-ranking officials of the Fasak Empire should also have other concerns, such as what if they failed to prevent George III from ascending to godhood. So the war continued. Otherwise, the Fasak army could have waited a bit longer, allowing the severe cold to further deplete the Loan soldiers' combat effectiveness, and then launched a new offensive during the coldest season. Meanwhile, the Beyonder War entered a white-hot stage from the very beginning, with the conflict between the Night Goddess Church and the War God Church being even more intense than the Beyonder War between their respective militaries. Taking the Church of the Night as an example, a large number of Nighthawks and Red Gloves members were given opportunities for promotion as soon as they had basically digested their potions, even if their merits were insufficient. Hobert learned from his casual chat with Bin earlier that in the battle for the Amanda Mountains, the Night Goddess Church had already lost a cumulative dozen or so Beyonders of the demigod level. This is where the true strength of a true god church becomes apparent. As long as a demigod's characteristic is recovered, if he dies in the morning, a corresponding sequence 5 will complete their promotion by the afternoon, becoming a newly ascended demigod. In this battle, both sides had their victories and losses, and Beyonder characteristics were mutually seized by both sides. Because Beyonders from the two churches could swap pathways, the Night Goddess Church saw the emergence of several demon hunters and silver knights, while the War God Church saw the appearance of several Nighthawks and Dread Bishops. As for what was being discussed in the current meeting, the battle for the next day would be another large-scale Beyonder war between the two sides. Currently, the War God Church has occupied the northern foothills of the Amanda Mountains, and even the Quiet Church in the southern foothills of the mountains has been attacked by them. In tomorrow's battle, the Church of the Night will attempt to retake the middle section of the northern foothills of the Amanda Mountains. If this war objective can be achieved, it will be very difficult for the enemy to attack the Quiet Church again. Hobert and his group's mission was to provide cover for the main battlefield on its western side. Samuel and others guessed that the Angels of the Eternal Blazing Sun Church would also provide cover in this direction. Whether it would be a standoff or a battle depended on the actual situation, they just needed to prevent any angels coming from this direction from joining the main battlefield. Regardless of the outcome of the main battle, the War God Church's forces would most likely retreat from this direction. When their main force retreated here, Hobert and his group's mission would be accomplished, and they could withdraw from the battlefield. Of course, it was also possible that an angel from the War God Church would arrive here. If that were the case, the other party would also most likely not make a move, and it would ultimately develop into a standoff. The Night Goddess Church was wary of the angels from the Eternal Blazing Sun Church who suddenly joined the war, and the War God Church must also be extremely wary of the angels from the Creator's faction who suddenly joined the war. At the combat meeting, Hobert reiterated his request: if an angel needed to make a move, he should be notified 3 seconds in advance. This time, he had asked the messenger Beverly for help. Both summoning and using the order wood to restore status required time. The reason he asked Beverly for help, instead of creating an angel to participate in the battle using the spiritual residue in the 1-113 Solomon family crest, was because the created angel had limited rationality and would have to fight once it left the country of disorder. Originally, the angels of the Eternal Blazing Sun Church had no intention of making a move, but if an angel, serving the Creator went and gave them 2 big slaps, then congratulations to the Creator's faction, they would have gained a true God Church as an opponent. For now, this was not something Hobert wanted to see, especially since the cooperation between the Intis Republic and the Eternal Blazing Sun Church was very pleasant. Many believers of the Eternal Blazing Sun Church regarded electric lights as a blessing from the deity, which allowed the electric light business to face almost no resistance. Additionally, Hobert stated at the meeting that if Beverly or the demigods gained any spoils, they would belong to them as war trophies and did not need to be handed over to the Church of the Night. This point also received Samuel's approval. He formally ordered Bin to serve as a liaison and reception personnel, and to also accompany Hobert and others into battle. However, the command of the battle remained in Hobert's hands. After the brief combat meeting ended, Hobert returned to the reception area under Bin's guidance, and Hobert then relayed the combat mission to Lawrence and others. Although the battle sounded low risk this time, Hobert still took out several high-level charms from the Marauder pathway. These are deception charms and stripping charms, and they will have some effect even when used against angels. Each of you choose one, just in case. Bin, who had come along, looked at the black crystal-like charms and immediately felt the Creator's wealth. He wasn't envious. After all, the true God churches had a rich accumulation of sealed artifacts, and during the current war, Beyonders of Bin's level could possess a grade 1 sealed artifact for a long time. It was just that in his concept, a new type of organization like the Creator's faction, or rather a secret organization, should be relatively lacking in Grade 1 sealed artifacts or high-level charms. And Hobert had immediately taken out 6 or 7 high-level charms, which surprised him a little. After everyone had chosen their charms, Hobert briefly explained the precautions. There wasn't much to say, actually, only 2 points. The first was, once a war between angels breaks out, run as far as you can. Several demigod-level Beyonders from the Eternal Blazing Sun Church also arrived, and Hobert and his group's target was them. The second precaution was to exercise restraint and try not to be the first to act. After another simple combat meeting ended, Hobert then began discussing the internal structure of the Quiet Church. This was not a secret, and Bin, who was nearby, also provided some detailed introductions. This topic greatly interested Lawrence and the others. After all, it was the headquarters of a true God church. After dinner and a game of cards, Hobert and the others returned to their rooms to rest. The night in York City was exceptionally quiet. Even Hobert and the other demigods, who didn't need much sleep, quickly fell into a deep slumber, only waking up around 5 or 6 in the morning the next day. This was the most satisfying sleep Hobert had gotten in over half a year. After breakfast, hosted by Bin, they arrived early at their designated combat position, braving the cold wind. Some Beyonders below the demigod level also arrived at the battlefield one after another, but they were quite far from Hobert and his group. They would only participate if the enemy also had Beyonders below the demigod level participating. Hobert and his group were on top of a small peak, from where they could see many surrounding snow-capped mountains and also the main battlefield in the distance. The weather today was not good. There was no sun, and it looked like it was going to snow. The strong wind howled across the high snow mountains, blowing up a lot of snowflakes, and it seemed to be snowing in those areas already. Hobert and his group exhaled warm breaths and sighed, fortunate that general cold no longer affected them much. If ordinary people were in their current position, they would surely suffer frostbite before long. Around 9 o'clock, the colors of dusk and night appeared under the dark clouds in the direction of the main battlefield, indicating that the battle there had already begun. At this moment, Hobert's spirituality noticed a very oppressive force approaching from afar. That should be the angel they needed to stop. So Hobert immediately chanted a spell in ancient Hermes language, Messenger. The space beside him became illusory, and an ancient coffin floated out of the spirit world. In an instant, the coffin appeared directly in front of that surging force. Immediately after, on another mountain, the order wood rose from the ground, rapidly spreading for hundreds of kilometers around. That oppressive force stopped, and the standoff between the angels began. Hobert and his group also began to move, to intercept the demigods coming from a distance. But for some reason, Hobert's heart skipped 2 beats, and he had a bad premonition. He felt a little uneasy, so he gave Lawrence a look, temporarily transferring command here to him, and then quickly used distortion to reach the vicinity of the Orderwood's trunk. Upon arriving, Hobert happened to overhear the conversation between the 2 angels. Not far from the Orderwood's trunk, a man nearly 3 meters tall, wearing a thick leather coat and with golden hair, suddenly roared furiously, "Beverly! I knew you weren't dead." Beverly had already emerged from the coffin at this point, and her tone was somewhat puzzled. "You are? Who?" The muscular man said. "I am Leonid. You didn't expect it, did you? I'm not dead either, and I've become the high priest of the War God Church." Upon hearing this, Hobert thought to himself, "Oh no, they seem to know each other, and judging by the high priest's tone, he seems to have some grudge with Beverly." Beverly still looked somewhat bewildered. "Do we know each other?" Leonid sneered. "You killed my parents and almost beat me to death. You tell me if we know each other. That was over 1,000 years ago." Beverly smiled helplessly. "You're an angel now, and you still care about this." Hobert had discussed with her before that this time it would mainly be a standoff, trying to avoid a battle. "You can afford not to care," Leonid said coldly, "but I rely entirely on hatred to maintain my humanity." Beverly, however, said earnestly, "You must be mistaken. During the 4th epoch, the Tudor Empire rarely clashed with the War God Church. I don't recall encountering any War God Church enemies where a family of 3 participated together. Perhaps your family was killed by others." This was an attempt to deny responsibility. However, Hobert, hiding in the distance, nodded repeatedly. "Lawyers think alike. That's because, at that time, our family was a viscount of the Trensost Empire, and it was because of our faith in the war god that we obtained the potion formula for this sequence. Leonid's voice was no longer so cold, but rather excited. This time, it was Hobert's turn to give a helpless smile. The other party's emotional change meant that he had gone from initial surprise and hatred to the current excitement of being able to seek revenge. Beverly also heightened her vigilance. At that time, it was very normal for a Viscount-level noble from one of the four empires to disappear in a battle. A silver-white longsword appeared in Leonid's hand. "You're right. Then please go to the underworld and explain it to my parents." With that said, Leonid thrust his sword at Beverly. Beverly immediately took out a piece of order wood from her coffin to block his attack. She knew very well that the silver sword in the hands of this sequence could pierce through all Beander abilities of the same sequence or lower. This was the most troublesome aspect of the warrior sequence. If Beverly used distortion to twist Leonid's attack in another direction, the sword in Leonid's hand could completely pierce through Beverly's distortion, and the war god Church's high priest's attack would not be affected in any way. Hobert, watching from a distance, saw that Beverly's close quarters combat, honed through battlefield experience, was also incredibly formidable. She was able to completely block a warrior's attack from Leonid with just a piece of order wood. While fighting Leonid head-on, Beverly could also utilize abilities like alter and utilize to evade his silver sword and attack Leonid himself. However, Leonid was surrounded by twilight, and Beverly's Beander attacks had little effect. Hobert couldn't help here, and he realized that the other side must have started fighting as well, so he quickly returned to the demigod battlefield. Originally, the war god Church's demon hunter and silver knight who were supposed to reinforce the main battlefield from this direction had started smoking. They knew that the opponents were foreign aid invited by the night goddess Church, and before there was a clear order from above, a fight shouldn't break out. But what they didn't expect was that after only a couple of puffs, their spirituality sensed that the two angels who had been confronting each other had actually started fighting. This caught both sides' demigods off guard, but they were, after all, very experienced in combat. The next second, they immediately entered combat mode. The demon hunters drew their twin swords, and the Earl of the Fallens began creating large areas of chaos to interfere with their opponents. A silver-white light appeared around the silver knight, and a huge dawn sword appeared in his hand. A dawn sword at this level was incredibly sharp, its blade could even tear apart a small hill. Lawrence, on the other hand, used the utilize ability on one of the silver knights. The dawn sword, which could originally be used for a long time, could only be maintained for 1 minute. Hobert arrived at just the right moment, tying down another silver knight. Thus, the chaotic battle between the demigods of both sides completely erupted. The silver knight in front of Hobert suddenly transformed into a puddle of silver metallic liquid. His speed became incredibly fast, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived at Hobert's feet. Hobert quickly used the alter ability to alter the state of the silver metallic liquid, making it show signs of solidifying, thereby slowing down the silver knight's speed. Then, Hobert used the ability to distort space, retreating a certain distance before deflecting the opponent's attack. Warriors are often skilled in the most direct attacks, so their attacks may seem reckless, but this is actually their fighting style. This was different from the enemies Hobert had encountered before, so he was somewhat flustered at first. But Hobert quickly reacted. Since the opponent sought close combat with him, he would deliberately keep his distance from the opponent. The silver metallic liquid also had the characteristic of being able to resist Beander attacks. The state of seeming to solidify quickly disappeared, and after he returned to normal, he continued to pursue Hobert. At this moment, Hobert used the power of distortion space to constantly evade the opponent's attacks. At the same time, he drew the rapier hidden in his cane, establishing a connection with the underworld. Since directly attacking this liquid had little effect, he prepared to try attacking the opponent's spirit body. Just then, Lawrence over there suddenly shouted, "Watch out." It turned out that the dawn sword in the hand of the silver knight he was restraining exploded, forming a storm of light, composed of light spots. Lawrence's abilities of chaos and distortion were torn apart by the storm of light. Those light spots instantly enveloped the entire battlefield, attacking all enemy demigods. Fortunately, although it was impossible to distort the storm of light, it was possible to avoid the attack of the storm of light, with thrilling success by altering and distorting the surrounding environment or space. Rumble. The fierce storm of light smashed into the mountain, causing a violent explosion and blasting many huge craters into the mountain. At the same time, Hobert and Lawrence also gained some understanding of the Silver Knight's abilities. The two exchanged a glance from afar, both understanding how to deal with such an opponent. Hobert immediately altered the ambient temperature around the silver metallic liquid, making it colder. Immediately afterward, he amplified his alteration, bringing the local temperature down to -30 or 40 degrees Celsius. A layer of white frost immediately appeared on Hobert's hair and eyebrows. The silver metallic liquid indeed slowed down accordingly. Then, the Silver Knight noticed that this deceleration was continuous, unlike Hobert's previous alteration, which he had resolved in less than a second. This was because Hobert did not directly attack the opponent with Beyonder abilities, but instead changed the surrounding temperature, causing the opponent's liquid state to show signs of solidifying. Therefore, this low-temperature offensive could be sustained. The Silver Knight realized Hobert's intention. He did not continue to pursue Hobert but instead fled in another direction, hoping to quickly get rid of this slow state. Hobert was waiting for this opportunity. He immediately injected his spirituality into the 0 to 71 Disaster Porcelain Doll, using the Angel-level Frost ability. The Sequence 3 Silver Knight found it difficult to shake off the frost attack in a short time, and the speed of the silver metallic liquid became even slower. Hobert gripped the rapier in his hand and opened his mouth towards the silver metallic liquid, letting out a silent roar. A face with a pained expression was outlined on the silver metallic liquid. Hobert's undead language attack stiffened the Silver Knight, making him stop in place. Undead language is a direct attack on the spirit body, which can, to a certain extent, bypass the Silver Knight's suppression of Beyonder abilities and attack his spirit body. What followed was the coldness of the underworld, which completely stiffened the opponent's movements. Hobert naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. While stepping forward to stab the opponent with his rapier, he threw out a talisman from his other hand, Deception. The talisman, like a black crystal, transformed into complex mystical symbols, covering the silver-white light on the surface of the silver metallic liquid, and a gap appeared. Because the level of the talisman was higher than the Silver Knight's sequence, the talisman had an effect. That gap in the silver-white light indicated that the Silver Knight's ability to ignore Beyonder attacks to a certain extent was temporarily deceived. At the same time, the rapier in Hobert's hand pierced the silver metallic liquid, and then he used the Amplify ability. By the time the Silver Knight recovered from the frost and undead language states, he was already severely wounded. The silver metallic liquid immediately transformed back into human form. At this moment, the Silver Knight's body temperature was extremely low, and he was covered in a layer of white frost. But a silver rapier immediately appeared in his hand. He completely disregarded his injuries and instead thrust a sword at Hobert, who had managed to get close. Hobert quickly used distortion to once again create distance from the Silver Knight. He didn't have Beverly's combat skills, honed through actual combat, and he certainly wouldn't get entangled in a fight with a warrior. That Silver Knight, now clad in magnificent silver-white armor, charged towards Hobert. Even not in his mercurialized state, his speed was incredibly fast. The armor collided with and tore through the surrounding air, creating a whooshing sound. Even Hobert's distortion of space was affected and influenced by this. Looking at the Silver Knight, who seemed to have never been injured and was not greatly affected by the Beyonder virus, Hobert sighed, as expected of a warrior. However, since the Silver Knight's speed was still slightly slower than before, Hobert was more composed at this moment. He occasionally amplified the power of the Beyonder virus, and occasionally used the alter ability to increase the density of the air, hindering the Silver Knight's charge. He simply wouldn't give the opponent a chance for close-quarters combat. If this dragged on, the injuries from the rapier earlier would become more and more apparent, reaching a point where the Silver Knight simply couldn't ignore them. Additionally, the Angel-level Beyonder virus would have an increasingly greater impact on the Silver Knight, and eventually, he might cough so much that he couldn't even hold his sword. Hobert estimated that even if the Silver Knight's physique was strong, he could at most last for 2 minutes. After 2 minutes, he would definitely seize the opportunity while his condition was still relatively good and immediately withdraw from the battlefield. At this point, Hobert launched his attack. However, after only a dozen seconds, Hobert's spirituality seemed to sense something. His peripheral vision looked towards the main battlefield, where the twilight was moving towards them, and the night sky behind it followed. Hobert hadn't expected the battle on the main battlefield to end so quickly. Or was it? He then looked towards the trunk of the Order wood. Unbeknownst to him, a raging fire had already ignited there. This immediately made Hobert realize that Beverly's younger brother, the weather warlock Raymond, had joined the battle. Hobert twitched his mouth. Could it be that the main battlefield was moving towards them? The battle between the messenger Beverly and the glorious one, Leonid, gradually intensified. Mainly, Leonid's attacks were too fierce, and Beverly almost got injured several times during the fight, gradually becoming annoyed and no longer holding back in her counterattacks. Leonid was a warrior, and in a head-on confrontation, Beverly gradually felt a bit strained. So, she adopted a tactic to avoid maintaining distance from the opponent, and at the same time, called for backup, summoning her younger brother Raymond. The weather warlock was also very skilled in combat, and with Beverly's sneak attacks and support, the tide of the battle immediately turned, and Leonid was quickly wounded. On the main battlefield, the angels from both sides detected the battle. The angels of the War God Church didn't expect that the other side was clearly an external reinforcement invited by the Church of the Night, blocking their angels, but why was the battle there even more intense than on the main battlefield? The angels of the Church of the Night, on the other hand, sighed. Those two blasphemy cards were truly worth it. To hold back the angels of the War God Church, the Creator actually dispatched 2 angels. So, on the main battlefield, first, 2 angels from the War God Church began to provide support to that side, and the Church of the Night also quickly responded. Samuel closely followed, while Ariana led the Beyonders to reclaim lost territory. This is what Hobert saw, the main battlefield shifting towards this side. With the arrival of the War God Church angels, demigod-level enemies would also follow, so a temporary retreat was necessary. Moreover, according to the previous agreement, the enemy's main force had already come this way, so Hobert and the others could retreat. Hobert immediately ordered, "Gather." The demigods scattered across the battlefield quickly converged, and the War God Church's demigods would certainly try to stop them. But because the 2, Silver Knight, fighting Hobert and Lawrence had suffered some injuries, under the counterattack of the 2, frenzied mage, they failed to prevent the 6 demigods from gathering together. When Hobert and the others were close enough to each other, a huge mirror suddenly appeared beneath the feet of the 6 demigods. The 6 people quickly sank into the mirror, and just as they were about to fully enter the mirror world, a silver light suddenly flew from midair. Splash! The illusory mirror surface was shattered so easily. Hobert and the others reappeared in the real world. It turned out that the angels of the War God Church had already come to support, and it was an angel from the War God Church who made a move just now, preventing Hobert and the others from escaping. Fortunately, Samuel also followed, and that glorious one only had the opportunity to stop Hobert and the others from escaping before continuing to fight with the other angels. Hobert tightly gripped the 0-71 disaster porcelain doll in one hand and commanded, "Whoever I point to, you all attack together." Previously, Hobert's combat mission was merely to obstruct, and his desire to fight was not high. Also, because both he and Lawrence had Sequence 0 sealed artifact in their hands, their demigod squad would not be defeated in the previous battle, so he simply hadn't used his full strength. Instead, he was like an observer, observing the abilities of the Silver Knight, or experimenting with which of his abilities could be used against demigods of this pathway. But now it was different, with their lives at stake, they naturally couldn't be as lax as before. Hobert used the disaster porcelain doll to make mirrors appear around them, then pointed to one of the demon hunter. Lawrence also no longer held back, placing the blood-colored crown on his head. Whip. That crown was a sealed artifact of the Trensused family during the 4 Emperors' War, corresponding to the balancer of Sequence 2 of the Arbiter pathway. In the Bach family, only the Patriarch had the right to wear it, or designate someone to wear it. He whipped the demon hunter that Hobert pointed to, and an illusory leather whip with barbs immediately drew 2 bone-deep wounds on the demon hunter's back. Because this attack had an angel's authority, the demon hunter couldn't dodge it at all. Immediately following, the 3 Earl of the Fallen from the family used their abilities of Amplify, Weakening, and Chaos on him respectively. Under the siege of Beander abilities, the demon hunter's injuries were Amplify, all his abilities and strength were Weakening, and he fell into a state of Chaos. And Bin injected his spirituality into the sealed artifact he carried, which corresponded to the Devil of Sequence 4 of the Abyss Pathway. A giant magma greatsword appeared, piercing the demon hunter's chest. At this time, the demon hunter's companions came to support and took the severely wounded demon hunter to the edge of the battlefield. During these 2 or 3 seconds, Hobert used the mirror world to block most of the enemy's attacks. Also, because the disaster porcelain doll had an angel's level, the 2 Silver Knight were temporarily unable to do anything to Hobert. At this moment, Hobert pointed to one of the Silver Knight again, and the Silver Knight, who was pointed at immediately mercurialized, intending to leave quickly. Imprisonment. Lawrence, imprisonment, the opponent in place, and the other 3 family demigods through abilities like Utilize, Alter, and Distortion, at the Silver Knight, who couldn't move at all. This time, the War God Church's people were prepared and simply didn't attack Hobert, but instead went together to support the imprisonment Silver Knight. Just then, Hobert suddenly made a move, Rampage. A demon hunter, farthest from the trapped Silver Knight, immediately fell into a state of chaos. Lawrence immediately understood Hobert's intention, exile. At the angel level, multiple targets can be exile. The 4 demigods of the War God Church who turned and ran back to support that demon hunter were pushed into the void by a huge force. The Silver Knight immediately used the Sequence 3 level Dawn Bulwark, although they were not exile to another world, they were pushed several kilometers away. This allowed Hobert to more calmly distortion the concept of the demon hunter's heart and brain with a stone at his feet. Stepping on that stone, the demon hunter's 2 relatively soft organs were immediately severely damaged, and his eyes immediately became bloodshot, with blood flowing from the corners of his eyes and nostrils. Amplify. As Hobert amplify his injuries, this demon hunter was not far from death. At this moment, the Silver Knight and others who rushed over to support were stunned, momentarily unsure whether to continue fighting, because for them, the current situation had evolved into a 6-0-4. All of this happened very quickly, in no more than 10 seconds. As the liaison, Bin not only marveled at Hobert and Lawrence's strength but also at Hobert's simple yet practical tactics and his quick reaction speed. Just then, several demigods from the War God Church arrived, and the 2 groups of them tacitly began to besiege Hobert and the others. These were the demigods who had rushed over from the main battlefield with the 2 angels. Imprisonment. Lawrence, imprisonment, their 6 demigods, enduring the initial 3 seconds. Immediately after, Hobert summoned mirrors of various sizes around them, blocking all enemy attacks, and enduring another 3 seconds. At this time, the demigods of the Church of the Night followed closely, and so, on this relatively flat mountainside, a melee involving a total of over 30 demigods broke out. Hobert had participated in several demigod-level team battles before, but this kind of small-scale large-scale melee was a first. They didn't even have time to spread out, and the entire battlefield was only about 4 or 5 kilometers in circumference. This distance sounds not small, but for a Sequence 3, whose range of utilize for Beander abilities starts at 5 kilometers, this was equivalent to being squeezed together, fighting face to face. Beander abilities flew across the entire battlefield, light storms erupted one after another, seemingly connected, and demigods were often blown to a bloody pulp. At the same time, the surroundings seemed very quiet. Hobert and the others had to stay alert not to fall asleep, and demigods of the War God Church often fell victim, often charging towards the enemy only to stand there and fall asleep. Once asleep, they were greeted by a series of nightmares, occasionally followed by an amplify, causing trauma to their minds. Under Hobert's continuous command, Their team of 6 was not dispersed, but instead used the previous tactics, with Hobert or Lawrence using Sequence 0 sealed artifact to block surrounding attacks, gaining 2 or 3 seconds for other members, and creating opportunities for a joint attack on an enemy. Their attacks were sometimes very successful, and sometimes, due to the extreme chaos on the battlefield, the attack effects were limited. Hobert quickly realized that their attacks were more successful when they encountered enemies, darkness-ridden. Enemies who had not been attacked by darkness, from night watchmen, or fear bishops, often managed to withstand the combined assault of 5 demigods with a considerable probability due to the extremely chaotic situation. This melee lasted for 3 or 4 minutes, and the advantage Hobert and the others had gained earlier gradually became apparent. Before this melee, Hobert had already wounded a Silver Knight with his rapier. This Silver Knight had endured for about 5 minutes and finally couldn't hold on, taking advantage of the chaos to escape. Another, Demon Hunter, was killed by Hobert, and a Demon Hunter had a hole burned through his chest. This Demon Hunter, with a hole in his chest, had also fought with injuries for another 3 or 4 minutes and was now unable to hold on. In fact, by this point in the battle, Hobert was somewhat speechless about the warrior. One must know that this Demon Hunter, with a hole in his chest, had suffered a fatal injury. If it were Beyonders with constitutions like Seer or Mystery Prior, they would have basically lost their combat capability long ago. Yet this Demon Hunter still fought fiercely for 3 or 4 minutes. As several demigods of the War God Church began to retreat, the Demon Hunter and Silver Knight, who were gradually at a numerical disadvantage, also began to retreat in an orderly fashion. Hobert and the others pursued them for over 100 kilometers, only stopping the chase when they saw people from the War God Church coming to meet them in the distance. And on the angel battlefield, the angels of the War God Church also began to retreat not long after the demigods withdrew. Even though Leonid was very unwilling, he could only retreat, because he was injured in the previous battle, and continuing to fight would not allow him to take revenge. This Beander War, which took place in the middle section of the Amanda Mountains, ultimately ended in victory for the Church of the Evernight Goddess. They reclaimed large areas of lost territory on the northern slopes, fully achieving their previous war objectives. Additionally, an unexpected surprise was that with Beverly and Raymond's seamless cooperation, the High Priest of the War God Church, Leonid, was wounded. To prevent any accidents, the War God Church would definitely not allow Leonid to participate in battles recently. Therefore, the coming period would be a good time for the Church of the Night to counterattack. Hobert, Lawrence, and the others sat on a large boulder, watching the people of the Church of the Night clean up the battlefield. Not only them, but even the demigods of the Church of the Night were staring blankly nearby. The intensity of the demigod battle earlier was unprecedented. Not only did Hobert and his group feel a sense of surviving a disaster and exhilaration, but the demigods of the Church of the Night, who had been participating in battles more frequently during this period, also had similar feelings. During the battle, Hobert and his group gained an Beander characteristic of a Demon Hunter, and Hobert also collected some blood from the Demon Hunter's corpse, which might be useful in the future. Around noon, Hobert and the others were invited back to York City for lunch, and it was then that they began to discuss the battle that had taken place that morning. Everyone felt that this was a very valuable combat experience. After resting for an afternoon, at over 8 o'clock in the evening, Ariana, who had been busy all day, finally had time to invite Hobert to a small meeting room to complete the transaction. Even in the cold winter county, Ariana was still barefoot. She smiled and said, "Your mission was completed wonderfully, even exceeding our expectations." Hobert smiled helplessly. "I also didn't expect that angel to be an enemy of the War God Church's High Priest." He even wondered if he or Beverly had been affected by the Evernight Goddess's darkness ability. Otherwise, they could have just confronted each other today, but instead, they ended up fighting with all their might. After this battle, the Church of the Night gained considerable benefits. Thinking of this, Hobert said, "Madam, can I add to the reward for this transaction?" Ariana was startled at first, then considered for a moment before saying, "As long as it's not too valuable, or too difficult to achieve, you can tell me. In the future, I will definitely invite the Church of the Night to preach in the South Balam Principality," Hobert said. At that time, I hope the Church will not set up a religious tribunal in the principality. Within the 7 Orthodox churches, there are their own religious tribunals. If clergy members like divine servants and priests commit crimes, they are tried by the religious tribunal, not by the court. This point is written in the constitutions of various countries, and it is a provision that cannot be altered. Many times, clergy members escape punishment because of this. The reason why there haven't been major scandals so far is that deities truly exist, and believers can pray directly to them. If the religious tribunal goes too far, and many believers pray to the deity about the same thing, it is easy for the deity to notice. Therefore, the crimes for which clergy members escape punishment are generally not too serious. For example, for crimes that the court would sentence to 2 or 3 years in prison, clergy members in the internal religious tribunal might only be transferred to a remote area to preach for a few years. Although the religious tribunals in various churches have always maintained the most basic fairness, in Hobert's view, having such an organization greatly affects the government's credibility. Ariana heard Hobert's request and did not immediately reply. Instead, she thought for 2 or 3 seconds before asking, "Do you mean that if clergy members commit crimes, they must also be judged by the principality's government?" Yes. Hobert also knew that the South Balam Principality's power was still very weak at this time, and such a thing could not be achieved overnight. So he added, "We will justiciar, but the church can execute." Ariana asked curiously, "What is the meaning of you doing this?" In her opinion, if the power to execute judgments was still in the hands of the church, it would merely be a change in the method of judgment. As long as there was a slight variation during the execution process, the principality government's judgment would become a mere formality. Hobert said, "To maintain the integrity of the judiciary." Then he implied, "This can establish an order that goes against common sense, but one that we can all accept." Ariana seemed to understand something. "I can agree to your request. However, priests and missionaries who commit crimes must be tried in an Beander court, and it must be a secret trial. As the head of the archbishops, she has such authority." "Thank you." Hobert smiled. Ariana took out 2 blasphemy cards from her pocket. "This is the reward we agreed upon before." She smiled and said, "Thank you for your contributions in this battle." Hobert, somewhat excitedly, took the 2 blasphemy cards. When he saw Rosal's image on them, his spirituality realized that these were genuine blasphemy cards. "That is what we should do." After the previous transaction ended and they chatted for a few more sentences, the very busy Ariana took her leave. Hobert and Lawrence and the others did not leave immediately. Instead, they decided to sleep soundly in York City again and return to the South Continent the next morning. Back in his room, Hobert first checked the 2 blasphemy cards. Both cards had already been opened. On the judge card, Rosal, wearing a wig and a judge's robe, held a law book in his hand, his eyes full of rationality. Flipping through the contents, there were also various images of Rosal, some dressed simply, holding a longsword and arbitrating, some with a revolver at their waist, dressed in an Intis-style sheriff uniform, some holding a whip, their eyes cold, interrogating a criminal. He flipped all the way to the last page, where Rosal sat on a throne, holding a law book in one hand and a scepter in the other, symbolizing order and rule. Below this image were several lines of text. Sequence 0, Justiciar. Main materials. The uniqueness of the Justiciar pathway and 2 other Hand of Order Beander characteristics. Ritual. Justiciar a true God. Publicize his crimes and make him receive due punishment. The more the exposed crimes reveal the dark side of that deity, the more people know of his crimes, and the more people praise the fairness of the judgment and punishment, the better the effect of the ritual. Hobert breathed a slight sigh of relief. "Fortunately, I didn't plan to change pathways." The Justiciar's advancement ritual is also very difficult. In his opinion, judging a true God was not a very difficult thing. As a sequence 1, after judging, he could immediately hide. Even the judged true God would find it very difficult to find a hiding sequence 1 to talk to. However, to also make the other party receive punishment, that becomes a bit difficult. After all, deities cannot simply surrender and agree to accept those punishments. Then the question of how to enforce it needs to be considered. Hobert also thought of Truncest's process of becoming a god. With the help of the 6 gods, he could easily complete the ritual. If anyone dared to disobey Truncest's judgment, his 6 big brothers behind him would definitely beat the judged deity into submission. Moreover, Truncest's judgment target was already available, the true creator. Hobert guessed. When the Solomon Empire's state religion collapsed, the true creator had been in the God-forsaken land. Could this all be the result of Truncest's judgment? He remembered that if the true creator wanted to come to the North-South continent, it would require complex rituals to achieve descent. This point is actually quite strange, because the true creator is not in the starry sky. The God-forsaken land belongs to the real world, and the North-South continent is also the real world. And the seal of the God-forsaken land was just a formality for the true creator. After all, a large number of followers ran to the God-forsaken land to follow him back then. Under his guidance, ordinary people could enter the God-forsaken land. For the true creator, traveling between the two places should not be too difficult. But the fact is, after the true creator hid in the God-forsaken land, he never appeared in the North-South continent once. Of course, it could also be because he was afraid of being besieged by the gods descending from the starry sky, or because his condition was not very good. However, it is also not excluded that it was because of Truncest's judgment against him back then, and his punishment might have been to be exiled to the God-forsaken land forever. Unless there was a new justiciar who would arbiter the previous exile as invalid, the true creator might be able to leave the God-forsaken land more easily. Thinking of these, Hobert took a deep breath, put away the justiciar card, and then looked at the error card. The image of Rosal on this card looked very unreal, even giving people a feeling that it was like him, yet not like him. At the same time, his eyes looked very cunning, as if he was about to commit fraud as soon as he opened his mouth. Hobert flipped through this card, noting down the potion formulas and rituals for each sequence. Flipping to the end, just as in Hobert's memory, the ritual to advance to sequence 0 was, during someone else's god ascension ritual, usurp their position. Hobert sighed in his heart, what a messed up pathway. Putting away the 2 blasphemy cards, Hobert saw that it was getting late, so he casually extinguished the candle and rested. This was York City, and there was no need to worry that the error card would attract Amon's clone, so Hobert did not immediately perform the sacrifice. Everyone had another good night's sleep. The next morning, they bid farewell to Bin early and returned to the South Continent. At this time, it was summer in the southern part of the South Continent. Several demigods suddenly went from winter to summer, and they were still a little unaccustomed to it. Back at the villa in the suburbs of Crowley City, Hobert said to Lawrence and the other demigods, that demon hunter Beander characteristic is of no utilize to you. Give it to me. In exchange, the advanced talismans I gave you before will not be taken back. Lawrence and the others were very grateful for Hobert's gift, as such advanced talismans were very rare. Hobert added, because those 4 talismans are indeed quite precious, accordingly, this operation will not give you too many merits. Here, I also need to mention one more thing. The Creator also plans to take out a frenzied mage Beander characteristic as a reward for sequence 4 demigods. The eyes of the 3 sequence 4s from the Bach family lit up. With Lawrence present, they had originally given up on the idea of advancing to sequence 3, but they didn't expect the Creator to provide them with a channel. Finally, Hobert said to Lawrence, there is also hope for advancing to an angel. For example, I have currently obtained an opportunity for advancement, and there will be more such opportunities in the future. I suggest you accumulate some merits in advance. Lawrence's eyes first lit up, but then quickly dimmed when he thought of the family curse. However, he didn't say anything, only stating that he would work hard to accumulate merits. After announcing their rewards, Hobert returned to the governor's mansion on Longtail Island. In his study, he first sacrificed the 2 blasphemy cards to himself, then he summoned the messenger Beverly. When the coffin emerged from the spirit world and stood before Hobert, Hobert smiled and said, I'm very sorry, I didn't expect to encounter your enemy in this mission. The messenger's clear voice came from the coffin, I didn't expect it either. Hobert then asked, according to our previous agreement, since Raymond also participated in the battle, you can increase your reward accordingly. Previously, the reward Beverly proposed was for Hobert to form another Beander team composed of Tony Manor, so that the number of Beanders from this family serving the Creator would exceed 60. After the battle in the Amanda Mountains, Beverly and Raymond had already decided on new terms, completely incorporate the Tony family. The reason they had such a request was that the development speed of the creators' forces exceeded their imagination. Before this, they still thought they could gradually join the creators' forces and utilize the addition of the Tony family and the Tudor family as bargaining chips. But now they found that they must quickly let the Tudor family's power gain an advantage within the creators' forces, because currently, this force still has demands in terms of Beyonders, and their role can still be reflected, but it's hard to say what will happen in the future. So they proposed such terms. They, of course, also knew that such terms would also strengthen the creators' power. But in order to achieve their main goal, they could only sacrifice some family interests. Hobert considered for a moment before saying, "No problem, but the hunter pathway must enter the army in batches, and they can work in special combat units before entering the army. Also, give me 1 or 2 months. I need to make some corresponding arrangements. At the latest in 3 months, I will fully incorporate the Tony family. However, His Highness Raymond is an exception. Out of respect for him, I will ask the Creator to incorporate him. But when and how to incorporate them is not something I can decide." Beverly nodded. "Okay, this incorporation can exclude Raymond." Watching the messenger leave, Hobert took a deep breath. This trip to the Amanda Mountains had ended perfectly. Now, he had to fully prepare for next Saturday, for the matter of digging up George III's grave. Hobert briefly planned his itinerary for the next few days. First, he returned to Backland to discuss the sale of gas tanks and gas stoves with Todd. After more than a month of acquisitions and integration, Earl's Light had also established its own gas company and was preparing to start selling gas tanks and stoves next week, redefining the gas industry. Actually, this was not a good time to launch new products. Although Backland was not as panicked as before, people's minds were still unsettled. Moreover, because many families had lost relatives, the entire Backland was filled with sorrow, and it might be difficult for people to accept such new products. However, Hobert was not concerned about whether the new products would sell well. These new products were actually for Duke Nigan and others to see, or more accurately, for the original beneficiaries and conservatives of the gas industry. This will definitely be an important part of the promotion ceremony. After discussing the gas tanks, Hobert also received news from Todd that several energy tycoons in Backland had purchased the technology for building power plants and had already begun constructing power plants around Backland. At the same time, they also built power plants in cities in the western and northern parts of the Loan Kingdom. As the front lines in Intersea and Amanda Mountain Pass became solid, they confidently invested heavily in Connaught City in the north. Hobert smiled. "That's good." Todd sighed. "They also build electric lamp factories and wire factories all the way." He really couldn't understand why Hobert had been so slow to let him develop the northern and western markets. Now, he had to watch such a large market fall into someone else's pockets. "Calm down," Hobert said. "This war is definitely a huge opportunity for us. Oh, by the way, a huge sum of £5.4 million will be credited to the account gradually. For now, do not utilize the company's accounts. Also, prepare more cash, preferably around £5 million. The £5.4 million was the income from trading the teleportation array and its blueprints with the military. It was originally £5.8 million, but the cost of the gems used to build the 14 teleportation arrays was approximately £400,000. Todd swallowed. "Does the South Balam Duchy require such a large investment?" Hobert smiled slightly. "You'll know when the time comes. Once George III fails to become a god and various countries declare war on Loan, it will be a good time to buy at the bottom." After talking with Todd for a while, Hobert went to Audrey's office and told her to open an account and find a suitable place to store nearly £10 million in cash. Audrey was stunned for several seconds. After all, there were only a few multi-millionaires in all of Backland. Earl Hall's assets definitely exceeded 10 million, but much of it came from family inheritance, unlike Hobert, who could have so much cash in his hands in such a short time. After spending half a day in Backland, Hobert went to the Lord's Manor in South Colson in the evening and made a chopped pepper fish head to entertain Winston, the demigod of the Church of Steam and Machinery. This way of eating was very novel. The wrinkled Winston ate 3 fish heads and still seemed to want more. After finishing, he did not forget to ask for the recipe, obviously intending to make it himself. Only after they had eaten their fill did Hobert bring up the main topic. He had invited Winston to dinner because he wanted him to help him make a batch of sealed artifacts. Previously, during negotiations with the Church of Steam and Machinery, the Steam Church had promised to provide Hobert with an artisan team to help him create sealed artifacts or appraise sealed artifacts. This matter was also mentioned in later negotiations. After the two sides began cooperation, the Steam Church did send 5 Beyonders, who are currently living in Jeffrey City. Of course, Hobert would not waste such power. He had already asked them to take turns at the auction houses in South Colson and Tutuja Harbor to help appraise the acquired sealed artifacts. But for Hobert, how could he let their work be so easy? So he planned to take a batch of Beyander characteristics to keep Winston and his team busy. Previously, when Hobert fought against the Blood Sanctify sect in the Aurora Order, he captured a large number of Beyander characteristics. Hobert's original plan for these Beyander characteristics was to sell them directly to the Orthodox churches, but after establishing Earl's Light, Hobert was no longer short of money, so he did not continue to sell Beyander characteristics. Currently, these characteristics are gathering dust in the country of disorder, so it would be better to take them out and make them into sealed artifacts. Among them were also 2 Black Knight Beyander characteristics. It would be a huge waste not to utilize them. As for the sealed artifacts produced, if the negative effects were too severe, they could be crushed and remade until the negative effects were acceptable. Upon hearing Hobert's request, Winston picked up his teacup and asked, "A batch of Beyander characteristics? How many? A few, or more than a dozen?" Hobert thought for a moment before saying, "I remember there are more than 50 Beyander characteristics of sequence 9 feet criminal, alone. If all these, low sequence, Beyander characteristics were made into sealed artifacts that correspond to grade 3 sealed artifacts, the creator, faction's grade 3 sealed artifacts would immediately go from barely enough to completely unusable. It's just that the abilities of these grade 3 sealed artifacts might be somewhat singular." Winston had just taken a sip of tea and almost spat it out. 50. He didn't expect the newly rising, the creator, faction to have such an accumulation. Immediately after, Winston realized that this would allow some artisan within the church to take turns practicing here. So he said, "No problem, but I cannot guarantee the production time and quality." Within the Orthodox churches, perhaps only the Steam Church has a huge demand for Beyander characteristics from non-adjacent pathways. Other Orthodox churches, after acquiring some Beyander characteristics, would most likely pile them up in warehouses to gather dust. Only the Steam Church, after receiving Beyander characteristics, would have artisans scrambling to get them for practice. Hobert smiled. Good. After resting for a night in the Lord's Manor, Hobert waited in the main hall of the Lord's Manor the next morning for Princess Ethel, who was in disguise. She was not wearing a military uniform today, nor was she dressed in neutral attire as before. Instead, she wore a Fenaport-style long dress for women in a black veil. This greatly concealed her former valiant and heroic temperament, making her appear as a mysterious woman. After a few casual exchanges, Hobert directly used travel to take Princess Ethel to a villa on Longtail Island. Hobert also didn't know if Lowen's spies had infiltrated the South Colson region, but he could guarantee that Lowen's spies had not infiltrated beyond the 2 cities on Longtail Island. There must be naval intelligence personnel in Tutuja Harbor and Longtail Port, because some Lowen people had recently moved in, was no longer as impenetrable as before. And the matters they were about to discuss could not have any risk of leakage, so Hobert simply invited Princess Ethel to the luxurious villa outside Longtail Port, left by the former governor. On the second floor of the villa, there was a small meeting room. Furs had already instructed the servants to prepare tea, snacks, and fruit, and no servants would come to the second floor all morning. Ethel took off her veil and smiled. "You are too cautious, aren't you? Even if someone discovers our meeting, you will have enough time to deal with those spies. One must be cautious when necessary." Hobert, however, said, "The coming period is a very critical time for us, and we cannot have any accidents in such matters." Hobert, of course, knew when to be arrogant. He always believed that when secrecy was required, one should do their best to keep it secret to avoid making low-level mistakes. The two sat on opposite sides of the conference table. Ethel said, am I correct in understanding that your extreme caution is precisely because you are preparing to betray the Loan Kingdom? That's not betrayal. Hobert smiled, we have a cooperative relationship with Loan, not a superior subordinate one. It's just that we don't want differences of opinion on some issues to affect future cooperation. Ethel paused for a moment before saying, your choice of words is quite appropriate, differences of opinion on some issues. Then she said, that's good. We don't need to beat around the bush and can get straight to the point. Based on our conjecture, the Creator should also be unwilling to see George III become a god, right? Yes. Hobert stated his position very firmly, I can provide you with the locations of George III's 2 mausoleums. Fenaport must provide Ovi estate as compensation. Ethel was not surprised by the intelligence Hobert was about to provide, nor by the fact that he had already prepared the conditions. She had even been granted the privilege of deciding whether to proceed with the transaction before her departure. In the view of Philip I, the hand of order of the Fenaport kingdom, the conditions for cooperation between the two sides were very mature and a very natural thing. Ethel asked, you should also go and destroy George III's mausoleums, right? We will destroy 2 of them. Hobert said truthfully, but destroying a few more increases the probability of success. He had said the same thing to Vasily, the head of intelligence for the Fasak Empire, before. Ethel considered for a few seconds before saying, I can agree to your terms and give Ovi estate to the South Balam Duchy. But I also have 2 conditions. Hobert gestured for her to speak. The first is a reciprocal condition. Ethel said, Earl's Light must build factories in the Fenaport kingdom and quickly provide electric lights to the residents of Fenaport city. We will offer many policy incentives and also provide some loans to Earl's Light in the early stages. Hobert immediately nodded, of course we will not refuse such cooperation. In 2 weeks, I will organize the relevant team, and both sides can hold talks in Jeffrey City, South Colson. Additionally, I also have a request, to ensure our interests in the Fenaport kingdom. Even if we declare war on each other later and a war breaks out, the interests of Earl's Light must not be harmed. No problem. Ethel agreed readily. She then said, my second condition is that I hope to know your true attitude towards the Loan Kingdom. And your true attitude towards the Fenaport Kingdom. Princess Ethel's second condition was a point that the Fenaport Kingdom urgently needed to confirm. The Fenaport Kingdom had long been prepared to invade Lindbergh, but the reason it had not declared war on Lindbergh was because the Loan Kingdom and Lindbergh were allies and had signed a military mutual assistance treaty in the past. If Lindbergh was invaded, the Loan army could immediately send troops into Lindbergh based on the treaty as legal justification. Judging from the current situation, the main forces of the Loan Kingdom were basically tied up by the Fasak Empire in the Janai Southern Bank and Amanda Mountain Pass, and their Beander powers had also been largely transferred eastward, leaving the Western forces relatively weak. This was a good time to attack Lindbergh, but they had not acted because they were afraid that the Loan Kingdom would ask for the power of the Creator to help Lindbergh. Hobert replied, we have a mutually beneficial cooperative relationship. Loan has offered a sufficient price, which is the cornerstone of our cooperation. But this does not mean that we are completely bound to Loan. He paused and then said, as for our attitude towards the Fenaport Kingdom, we can also cooperate, but the level of cooperation is lower than with Loan. In addition, we will try our best to avoid conflicts of interest or wars with the Fenaport Kingdom on the North Continent. Ethel pondered for a moment before asking, so, you mean we might have conflicts of interest on the South Continent? Hobert smiled and said, regarding this point, it was already destined the moment we established our nation on the South Continent. Ethel also understood why Hobert had to emphasize that even if a war broke out later, Fenaport could not harm the interests of the Earl of Light. She considered for a moment before saying, I am very satisfied with your answer. We can complete the transaction. When negotiating about the Earl of Light in Jeffrey City, we can simultaneously discuss the handover of Away State. Hobert smiled and said, good. Then he took out a full map of Backland area, pointed out the locations of the 2 tombs on the west side, and told Ethel how to enter the tombs. Finally, Hobert said, before completing this cooperation, we don't need to meet again. I will send a messenger to deliver the blood and talismans to you. If you need to find me for anything, please also send a messenger. Then he told Ethel how to summon his messenger. After completing this negotiation, Ethel breathed a sigh of relief, and the atmosphere in the meeting room also relaxed a lot. The two chatted about agriculture and tourism in the South Colson region. Currently, South Colson is already a popular tourist destination in the entire Fenaport, and even during the war, many tourists visit. And Jeffrey Port is still an important port on the Tadijia River waterway. It is rare to see such a prosperous and thriving scene in a city in the mountains. Since the second half of this year, the grain output of South Colson has been almost the same as that of a county in Fenaport. However, the area of the South Colson region is only 1/3 the size of a county, and most of it is mountainous. Especially the output of vegetables and fruits, which even accounts for 30% of the entire country. However, because all the surplus products here are sold to the Earl of Light, Tutuja Harbor, and other places, not much is transported to Fenaport City for sale. Currently, Anju City and the light and heavy industrial bases under construction in the South Continent also require a large amount of grain and vegetables. However, because agriculture on Longtail Island has also developed, it just fills this gap. When the two agricultural bases in the South Continent, located in the St. Nosé region and Córdoba state respectively, are completed, there will be no shortage of grain and vegetables for a long time in the future, and perhaps even large quantities of grain can be exported. Towards the end of the conversation, Princess Ethel suddenly asked, "What direction do you think the situation on the North Continent will develop in the future?" Then she added, "Let's just consider it a discussion between friends." Hobert thought to himself, "I am someone who has seen the answer, but this answer can only be known by myself." He said, "From the current perspective, whether George III can succeed is a key factor, but no matter whether he succeeds or not, I estimate that the Loan Kingdom's situation will not be very good. Even if George III becomes a god, the Fasak Empire, Intis, and Fenaport will probably try again before the seven deities explicitly recognize his Black Emperor status." Ethel smiled and said, "That's for sure. After several deductions, we all believe that even if George III becomes a god, his state will not be very good. So, we will still try to defeat him in the initial stage of his deification. If we cannot defeat him, then we will swear allegiance to the Loan Emperor's rule." Hobert chuckled, thinking, "You guys are quite adaptable, but whether George III can accept you is not up to the Fernando Port royal family, but depends on the outcome of the negotiations between the gods." He then said, "If George III survives the initial stage of being besieged, then I believe the Intis Republic will immediately declare war on the Fasak Empire. But if George III's promotion fails, then I think the other three nations will definitely not miss this opportunity. No matter what, this is a war that will sweep the world." This is Adam's script. Seeing that Hobert's thoughts were similar to her own, Ethel smiled, drank all the tea in her cup, stood up, and bid farewell. Watching Ethel disappear into the spirit world, Hobert recalled their conversation and suddenly realized that George III might have also thought that his process of becoming a god would be very difficult and his state would definitely be very poor. So, if the archangels of the Fasak Empire, Intis Republic, and Fenaport Kingdom attacked him at the beginning of his deification, it might be part of his plan. George III is very likely to utilize the method of dying once and then resurrecting to adjust his state. Thinking of this, Hobert shook his head. So, he cannot be allowed to become a god. With the arrival of the new week, gas tanks and gas stoves began to be sold. Just as Hobert had guessed, sales were dismal at first. But he received enough feedback. It is said that Duke Nigan was furious and smashed many artworks in his study. Just 3 months ago, Duke Nigan still held shares in several gas companies, but due to his failure in competition with the Earl of Light, the gas company's business was dismal, and the industry seemed to have no future. So Duke Nigan sold all his shares in gas companies at a low price, never wanting to touch this industry again in his life. Since last year, he had been heavily investing in charcoal and anthracite industries, preparing to make a fortune by taking advantage of the government's efforts to control air pollution. However, he never dreamed that Hobert would buy those gas companies and develop new utilizers for gas. The key is that this new utilize looks very popular. Now, residents throughout Backland utilize honeycomb briquettes or even coal for cooking and boiling water. Since the government began to vigorously promote the utilize of smokeless coal and charcoal, the prices of these fuels have soared. Because the government simply cut off most of the supply of ordinary coal, even if charcoal and smokeless coal prices rose, ordinary residents could only bite the bullet and buy them. With gas as a fuel, the price of smokeless fuels will definitely be impacted. Currently, during the war, there has been no immediate reaction in the market, but it is foreseeable that once the war ends, this product will definitely reap another wave of LotM's wealth. In other words, Duke Nigan's new investment will definitely be affected by the gas industry, which is the most difficult point for him to accept. Yet, he can't do anything about Hobert. First, Hobert is currently the only duke in LotM with his own dukedom. Secondly, after his last defeat, Duke Nigan secretly investigated Hobert and learned that his background was very powerful, beyond his ability to shake. Therefore, Duke Nigan, who was considered one of the most powerful nobles in the LotM kingdom by others, could only hide at home and smash things. Hobert also heard that many former shareholders of the gas company were so angry that they were hospitalized. When the Earl of Light won a great victory before, they hated Hobert to the bone. But later, they had to face reality and sell their shares at a low price. They never dreamed that the one who quietly acquired their shares was the Earl of Light. And what they never expected was that the products Hobert launched would clearly reshape the gas industry. Yet they missed out on this fortune. It was too late to establish new gas companies. First, an important component of a gas company is the storage facilities and equipment for gas. The sites all require government approval, and some equipment needs factories to spend a lot of time specifically manufacturing. Whether it was approval or manufacturing, it was already too late. In addition, gas tanks and gas stoves are clearly new technologies. Leaving aside the patent issue, even self-development would take some time. And currently, it is wartime, and industry must prioritize serving the military. It is very likely that a large amount of investment will be spent, but the equipment ordered will be delayed again and again. What Hobert needed was the feedback from these people. At the same time, this week, the LotM government also issued the Quality Standards for Electricity Industry Products and the Quality Standards for Household Gas and Supporting Facilities. At the end of both documents, special thanks were given to the Earl of Light for providing the quality parameters. This was Hobert's utilize of his influence to reshape the order of these two industries, and it was also preparation for the promotion ceremony. For a time, Backland's high society was discussing Hobert's recent big moves, and it seemed that the war clouds had been dispersed quite a bit. Just at this moment, the military suddenly purchased a large number of gas stoves and gas tanks. Minister of Defense Aemilius and the military shareholders of the Earl of Light had not yet had time to play a role in this, it was purely a procurement based on military needs. In war, especially in outdoor warfare, cooking and boiling water require first building a stove, and then collecting firewood from the surroundings to start a fire, which is very troublesome. With a gas stove, it's different, food and water can be heated immediately. Moreover, it is said that the LotM soldiers on the front line have also developed a new utilize for gas tanks. Because the new gas tanks have higher pressure, they can even be used as bombs. This thing is more powerful than a hand grenade. So the military immediately placed a second order for a batch of gas tanks. This surprised the nobles, who all sighed that Hobert was probably counting money until his hands were sore now. Just then, a shocking piece of news came from the South Continent. The agents previously cultivated by the East Balam Company in the southern part of the South Continent, dissatisfied with the new policies of the South Balam Duchy, officially announced the formation of a united army to attack Anjou, the capital of the duchy, arrest and try the proponents of the new policies, and asked Duke Hobert not to be misled by these people anymore. When Klein saw the report, he thought to himself, this is a typical, cleansing the ruler's side. It said, arrest the proponents of the new policy, but in reality, it was forcing Hobert to stop the new policy. No matter what, the South Balam Duchy had been established for less than a month before civil war broke out. Hobert immediately rushed to Anjou. He wasn't in a hurry to quell the rebellion, but rather to quickly digest the potion in his own territory. However, to his disappointment, the potion was still a little bit from being completely digested. On a relatively flat grassland in Milher province, large expanses of tents were pitched, forming the camp of the South Balam Duchy rebels. This grassland was not large, bordered by a forest that extended up the hills. On a large tree halfway up the mountain, Abbott, clad in his grass cloak and holding a telescope, lay on a branch, gazing at the camp below the mountain. Abbott was one of the scouts dispatched by Seal, closely observing the movements of the rebel army. In Abbott's view, these rebels had no military discipline whatsoever. Their marching was lax, their movements slow, and they even plundered villages along the way. At their marching speed, it would probably take them 10 or 8 days to reach the St. Nose Basin. While lost in thought, Abbott suddenly saw several people dressed in Highland Kingdom attire emerge from the rebel commander's tent. The clothing of these individuals was very distinctive, making them stand out. Abbott carefully observed their appearances, preparing to utilize a ritual later to draw them. At this moment, one of the Highland Kingdom people with a tattoo on his face suddenly looked in Abbott's direction. The other party's gaze was like that of a wild beast, sending shivers down Abbott's spine. At the same time, he realized that he had been discovered. Although they were far apart, Abbott was absolutely certain that they had exchanged glances just now. With almost no hesitation, he leapt from the tall tree and immediately sprinted towards the hill. As a pugilist, he possessed agile movements and excellent stamina. As he ran, he prayed, using the new communication method to report the matter to his superior, the creator in shadow of order. Please inform Colonel Bard that I discovered people from the Highland Kingdom in the rebel tents and am now being hunted. Their appearances are respectively. This was a new communication method they were required to learn before departure. It was said that this way, Colonel Bard would be able to hear them. And if there was any image that needed to be shown to the colonel, they could try to visualize that image in their minds while reporting. This sounded very mysterious, but because it was a method of emergency or secret communication for internal personnel strongly promoted by Lord Hobert, Abbott had no doubts about it. Abbott was from South Coulson, and he had personally witnessed the changes that had occurred in his hometown after the Lord arrived. Many officers like him had grown accustomed to trusting Hobert and never harbored any doubts. After Abbott quickly finished his report, his spirituality sensed danger from behind him. At that moment, the muscles in his legs seemed to suddenly freeze, and inertia caused him to fall heavily to the ground and roll a considerable distance. Abbott struggled to get up and saw two figures already close behind him. One was terrifyingly pale, like a dead person, and the other had sharp claws and fangs. This was a zombie and a werewolf. Their running speed was extremely fast. The zombie continued to stiffen Abbott's muscles, preventing him from getting up. And the werewolf was still accelerating. He extended his sharp claws, preparing to rip off Abbott's head. Just as Abbott was preparing to face death. In fear, a wall of fire suddenly ignited in front of him, temporarily blocking the zombie and the werewolf. The temperature of the fire wall immediately restored Abbott's muscles to normal. With a slight turn of his head, he saw Commander Seal and Chief of Staff Archibald. At this moment, Abbott's eyes were filled with tears. Colonel Bard had heard his report, and had even asked the Commander and Chief of Staff to save him. Upon seeing Archibald, the zombie and the werewolf turned and ran, but after only a few steps, their movements became very slow, as if they were performing a slow-motion mime. A blazing white spear flew from Ciel's hand, piercing the werewolf's heart. That was the werewolf's greatest weakness. He struggled for a while before collapsing to the ground. And in front of the zombie appeared a staff officer, in a military uniform with a stern expression. Abbott had seen this staff officer before, often seeing him beside Chief of Staff Archibald. At this time, this staff officer, who was actually Archibald's puppet, had a pale blue lava sword appear in his hand, which pierced the zombie's chest. The zombie's eyes were filled with fear and helplessness. He still couldn't move. Soon, lava filled his entire chest and abdominal cavity, and the zombie also fell to the ground. All of this happened very quickly. By the time Abbott got up from the ground, the battle was already over. He was about to salute his two superiors when he suddenly felt a change in the spirituality of the surrounding forest. Creak, creak. The trees began to shake abnormally, and some leaves were shaken down. These leaves initially fell slowly, but soon, their descent became incredibly fast, like flying knives, stabbing towards Abbott and the others. Several fireballs appeared around Seal, and a circle of fireballs also appeared around Archibald's puppet. These fireballs flew out, burning sheets of leaves to ashes. At the same time, the surrounding space once again became illusory. Angus and two Sequence 5s emerged from the spirit world, and support from the Special Operations Unit also arrived. The trees returned to normal, but Abbott could still feel gazes full of ill intent from the surrounding forest. After a brief standoff, Archibald and the others collected their spoils. Seal also said to Abbott, "Soldier, you have completed your mission exceptionally well." As he spoke, he led Abbott away first, followed by Archibald, Angus, and the others. This hasty confrontation ended just as hastily. Upon returning to Anjou, Abbott reported his reconnaissance results in detail. When he returned to the barracks to rest, he still felt very unreal. Originally, he merely felt that the new communication method was a blessing for scouts. As long as there was crucial intelligence, it would be very easy to report to superiors using this method. If there were any new developments, the command center in the rear would also know immediately. But now Abbott also realized that this magical communication system could also achieve rapid support from Beyonder powers, and in the future, this would be a huge information advantage. These past few days, Hobert had also frequently observed his newly established, mysterious communication system, in the country of disorder. Currently, it looked very effective, not only making the acquisition of information convenient but also making the transmission of orders very convenient. The upcoming civil war would be the best test for this system. After a routine observation of the small god city down the mountain, Hobert returned to the real world and once again lamented that this communication system was actually more suitable for the seer pathway. Because at the Sequence 3 scholar of your level, one could place a spirit worm in the Sephira for automatic response operations. And Hobert had communicated with the messenger Beverly some time ago. Beyonders of the Black Emperor pathway, at least at the angel level, still couldn't create avatars. That is to say, unless this pathway possessed corresponding sealed artifacts, it would be difficult to perform automatic response. This might also be why there is a small god city in the country of disorder, and why the country of disorder seems to have a vaster space than Sephira Castle. Since he couldn't create avatars, he naturally could only recruit people to work for the god kingdom. Normal deities would rather leave the small god city empty than easily allow ordinary beyonders to come to his god kingdom. After all, from the Bibles of various churches, it seems that unless one has made significant contributions to proselytizing, one must at least be at the demigod level to be qualified to serve the deity in the god kingdom. However, Hobert's thoughts were quite different from those deities. In his view, practicality was the most important thing. It would be a great pity to leave the excellent conditions of the country of disorder unused. So, before he became an angel, he established this communication system and recruited several mysterious operators, led by Moira and Vienna. As soon as Hobert returned to the real world, his butler Dophus came to report, "Grand Duke, Grand Duchess Georgina has arrived." What is she here for? Hobert thought to himself, is she going to fire me because I haven't been to work for too long? Lost in thought, Hobert came to the living room, exchanged a few pleasantries with the somewhat conservatively dressed Grand Duchess, and then invited her to a small reception room for a conversation. After the servant serving tea left, Georgina immediately said, "I'm here to convey an order. Starting from Saturday morning, you are to guard a very important place." Hobert was stunned, thinking, she's not going to make me guard George III's tomb, is she? Such an act is like letting a mouse guard a rice bin. As Georgina spoke, she pulled out a map and pointed to a location in the suburbs, saying, "Starting Friday evening, the 195th Division will set up checkpoints in this area. At 3 in the morning, you need to go there and assist the 195th Division in defending this position." The 195th Division was an elite unit in the Backland defense zone. Hobert glanced at the map. There was no tomb of George III at that location, which meant that this mission was completely a smokescreen. Without intelligence on the exact location of the tomb, the forces of the Faisac Empire or the Fernando Port royal family could easily be deceived into coming here. At the same time, this was also to keep an eye on Hobert. Although the Creator had not yet shown any intention of opposing George III's ascension to godhood, and their cooperation was very harmonious, such things still needed to be prevented. After all, the Creator seemed to be a deity of the Black Emperor pathway or a neighboring pathway. Hobert smiled, what a pity, I won't be able to listen to the king's speech. In Hobert's opinion, the Rune royal family's petty cleverness couldn't keep him in check at all. If he were asked to guard the tomb for George III, there would be a risk of being exposed if he asked someone else to go in his place. But it was easy to make him a smoke bomb. At that time, the royal family's angels and demigods would most likely be in the mausoleum, and the 195th Division's station was full of beyonders below the demigod level, making it difficult to expose Hobert's arrangements. When Georgina conveyed the order with an expression of entrusting a heavy responsibility, Hobert thought of a countermeasure: let Archibald transform into his appearance to guard that defense area. To help Archibald better impersonate him, Hobert planned to temporarily lend him the sealed artifact, 1-113, Solomon family emblem. This sealed artifact could temporarily utilize some of the abilities of a Sequence 3 frenzied mage from the lawyer pathway. With 2 deception charms given to Archibald, there was no need to worry about being exposed. After assigning the task, Georgina reminded, this task is very important. After you go, you must first verify your identity, and then you must frequently verify it. I hope you don't mind. Hobert smiled. That's fine, as long as it doesn't hinder my actions. Then he asked, as if very curious, what are we guarding? Georgina said sternly, a secret. All right, pretend I didn't ask. Hobert said, please prepare some cigars for me then. I remember the cigars supplied to the royal family are quite good. The stern expression on Georgina's face quickly faded. No problem. The two chatted for a few more sentences, then Georgina got up to leave. Watching Georgina's departing figure, Hobert sighed inwardly. If I hadn't known the location of those tombs in advance, I would have easily been misled by the smoke bomb released by the royal family. He was very sure that there were already a large number of beyonders from the direct line of the royal family waiting at the place where the 195th Division was to be stationed on Saturday. Moreover, the actions of the 195th Division would definitely be spread through various legitimate channels, so that forces focusing on George III's deification would be attracted by this move and send people to investigate. The result would definitely be falling into the royal family's ambush. Regardless of whether the investigating person escaped or successfully reported their attack to their superiors, it almost confirmed that there was a problem with the place where the 195th Division was to be stationed. Then on Saturday, many forces might be drawn there. Hobert smiled, then used travel to go to Anjou to first understand the current situation of the civil war. After he confirmed that the Highland Kingdom's forces were still primarily focused on probing, Hobert knew that the most crucial battle of this civil war would not start for a few more days. So Hobert found Archibald and discussed the details of replacing him on Saturday. On Friday afternoon, Hugh came to the Duke's mansion study in Backland to report to Hobert. A few days ago, Hobert asked Hugh to pay close attention to the Fasak Empire's newspapers and the War God Church's recently distributed propaganda publications, to see if there were any descriptions related to the Creator on them. According to the intelligence Hugh obtained, neither the imperial government nor the War God Church mentioned the Beander War that occurred in the middle section of the Amanda Mountains last week. Hobert slowly nodded. So, the War God Church intended to act as if there had been no conflict with the Creator's forces. He believed they were also very clear that the battle between angels was an accident, or rather, if Leonid, the War God Church's angel, had prioritized the overall situation, that battle would not have occurred. From the current situation, it was the best way for both sides to act as if this incident had never happened. Hobert could avoid conflict with the War God Church while his main forces were in the South Continent, and the War God Church would not have to guard against the Creator's forces while fighting the Night Goddess Church. As for the Fasak Empire, Hobert's actions did not violate their agreement. The Creator's forces did not have an angel-level conflict with Forsake, but rather with the War God Church. Clearly, the War God Church and the Fasak Empire could not be lumped together. After discussing work matters, Hobert said to Hugh, "There's an operation tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Gather here at 7:30. Okay. Hugh agreed first, then asked, "Do I need to make any preparations?" "Bring the heart of avenging your father." Hobert smiled, "I'll take you to dig up the king's grave." Hugh was slightly stunned, his emotions complex for a moment, with both excitement and unease. On Saturday morning, the sky was gloomy, making people feel very depressed. Hobert and Hugh, disguised, along with Freya, who had been promoted to interrogator, followed the flow of people on the street towards Memorial Day Square. People kept coming out of the buildings on both sides, converging onto the street, and walking towards Memorial Day Square. The crowd was very quiet, and the colors of their clothes were also dark, which made the atmosphere on the street very depressing. Freya, who had just returned from the South Continent, quietly asked, "Didn't I hear that the war is still far from Backland? Why is everyone so serious?" Hugh quietly replied, "The sacrifices on the front line are too great." Among the crowd, some people were still very sad because their relatives had died on the front line, and some were very worried because their relatives were still on the battlefield. Hobert raised a hand, altering the surrounding environment so that the surrounding people could not hear their conversation, then said, "Perhaps it's because prices have risen again." He paused and said, "I just heard someone whispering that bread has risen by 60% compared to before the war, and various daily necessities have also risen in price." Freya's spirituality sensed Hobert's arrangement, so she confidently and somewhat surprisedly said, "I heard that in Ailsa and Gudjon in East Balam, there's so much grain that it's molding in warehouses." Ailsa and Gudjon were two large ports in northern East Balam. The massive amount of grain that had a huge impact on the North Continent's grain market before mostly came from these two ports. Hugh said, "Now all ships prioritize transporting military supplies or troops, and there are no extra ships to transport grain." Freya shook her head, "How ironic. When she was in the East District of Backland, many of her neighbors were farmers who had gone bankrupt because of the cheap grain from the South Continent. Now the price of grain was quite good, but unfortunately, there weren't as many farmers." Soon, the three fell silent, and they all thought at the same time that this was all thanks to the Grain Act, signed by His Majesty the King. As the crowd became denser, the streets were gradually filled. They all moved slowly forward in one direction, maintaining their silence. This made Hobert and the other two feel depressed as well. Especially Freya, who had been on Longtail Island or the South Continent. She felt for the first time how much impact and trauma war brought to people's hearts. And this was Backland, a major rear area, not the front line. Finally, they followed the crowd to Memorial Day Square. At this time, the square was packed with people, and there was finally some noise in the crowd. Everyone was guessing the content of the king's speech. Some guessed that the king would conduct a larger-scale mobilization, some guessed that the war might be coming to an end, and some guessed that the king's speech was purely to boost morale. Hobert and the other two saw from afar that in front of the tall tower with the order clock, a solemn-looking high platform had been built. George III, dressed in formal attire, sat on the throne in the center of the high platform. Near the high platform were the nobles, then the wealthy people of Backland, and then the middle class of Backland, followed by the workers and the poor. In front of the high platform, there were two iron stands. At the top of the two iron stands was a circular object the size of a plate, and in the center of the circular object, there were some mechanical structures that people didn't quite understand. A wire extended from the mechanical structure all the way down to the stage. To Hobert, this item was not new. He sighed inwardly. The classical microphone had a certain industrial aesthetic. The time quickly reached exactly 9 o'clock. George III rose from the throne and came to the microphone. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am your emperor, the ruler of LotM, East Balam, and the Rorstad Archipelago, George Augustus III." Hobert, far from the high platform, smiled slightly. "Heh, emperor." Then he said to Hugh and Freya, "All right, we should go." The next second, the three of them disappeared from where they stood, and the people around them did not notice the three, as if they had never appeared. George III's speech seemed to be a signal. At this moment, the spirit world in the suburbs of Backland suddenly became busy. As Hobert and the other two disappeared, Klein, in a corner of the square, first notified Bernadette that the king on the high platform had, at some unknown point, turned into a substitute conjured from imagination. So, to the east of Backland, near East Chester County, outside that secret mausoleum, Bernadette, wearing a girlish yellow cake dress, appeared surrounded by pea tendrils that grew out of thin air. She looked at the mountain wall in front of her, took out the blood contained in a glass bottle, and a thick, heavy black charm. According to the description in Klein's letter, she first poured out the blood from the glass bottle. As the blood of a door pathway Beander was poured out. Her spirituality sensed a connection between the blood and some power within the mausoleum. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Bernadette used that demigod-level charm from the lawyer pathway. A vortex of black mist first appeared in front of her, then the vortex expanded, forming an illusory gate. Bernadette saw a huge mausoleum made of black stone blocks. At this moment, the sky above the mausoleum suddenly became illusory, and William I, with a thick beard and a solemn expression, stepped out of the void. Bernadette seemed to have been prepared. She flipped her palm, and an item appeared in her hand. The item was golden, like a shrunken kettle, but a wick protruded from its spout. This was precisely the jinn that uncertain mist had been looking for. Bernadette quickly rubbed the surface of the jinn, which had complex mystical symbols, and the wick silently ignited. The light it emitted was like viscous water flowing upwards, spraying up to form a blurry and distorted pale golden figure. Bernadette seized the opportunity before William I had fully descended, and solemnly spoke in giant language. Eternal Jinn, my second wish is to gain the strength of a knowledge emperor for one day. In Memorial Day Square, after Klein notified Bernadette to begin the operation, he hid in the sewer, extended his right hand, and grabbed into the air. As he pulled his arm back, a figure appeared in front of him. It was the abbess of the Night Abbey, Ms. Ariana, wearing a simple robe and a bark belt. Klein was startled. It succeeded on the first try. However, he had no time to think more at this moment and quickly said, "Conceal my existence and protect the people of Backland." "Good." Ariana responded calmly, not stiff or rigid at all. Klein was stunned again. Could it be the real person who came? At the same time, Klein found himself in a peculiar state, seemingly unable to be sensed by the outside world. He immediately used travel to go to the mausoleum on the northeast side of Backland, near Howe County. Although time was already tight, Klein still did not recklessly approach the mausoleum. Instead, he extended his right hand again and grabbed at the air in front of him. After 5 consecutive grabs, Klein's arm muscles tensed, and as his right hand pulled back, a figure quickly outlined itself. This figure had bronze skin, a medium build, and soft features. It was Ask Eggers. But unlike the Mr. Azek Klein knew, this figure's gaze was indifferent, as if looking down on all living beings. Immediately after, Klein stretched out his hand and grabbed into the void, pulling out himself from a dozen seconds ago. He then handed the demigod-level charm of the lawyer pathway and the blood of a door Mr. Beander to his projection, while his main body entered the historical void. Within his past self, his consciousness suddenly came alive, becoming agile. It was only then that Klein's projection, along with Mr. Azek's projection, arrived at the location of the mausoleum. Before Klein's eyes was an ordinary wasteland. Following Hobert's description, he quickly opened the hidden Beander arrangement, and a downward entrance appeared in the wasteland, leading to a tall pyramid-shaped mausoleum underground. At this moment, the guards inside also discovered the intruders and immediately contacted Duke Daufus Declan Augustus of South Wales through a ritual. Declan, slightly arrogant and with little beard on his face, saw the lofty death console through the ritual. At the same time, based on the imbalance in the surrounding area, he discovered Klein, who was in a hidden state. These rituals were precisely a kind of connection made to the 9 mausoleums using Mr. S arrangements from back then, allowing members of the Rune royal family to quickly appear in one of the mausoleums. Just as Declan was about to send reinforcements, other mausoleums also activated their respective rituals. He was slightly stunned. 4 mausoleums were being invaded simultaneously. In front of the secret mausoleum southeast of Backland, a figure emerged from invisibility. She was beautiful and elegant, with an exceptionally outstanding demeanor. It was the demoness Triss. After opening the mausoleum entrance with the charm and blood, Triss became invisible again. She approached the mausoleum without a sound, and the guards did not notice her. Just as Triss was approaching her target, a voice sounded in her ear, "No concealment is allowed here." Triss immediately emerged irresistibly. Above the mausoleum, a man appeared, wearing a white wig and with 2 upturned mustaches at the corners of his mouth. This was none other than Grav, the demigod who had been presiding over the mercenary club's Beander transactions. In front of a mausoleum in northern Backland, space suddenly became illusory. The figure of a middle-aged man, dressed in traditional Fasak Empire attire with a meticulously groomed light gold beard, materialized. It was the first emperor of the Fasak Empire, Alexei Einhorn. Alexei looked ahead. Even though his spirituality was extremely keen, it was only when he was so close to the mausoleum's arrangement that he could sense the abnormality in the space before him. He immediately felt that the trade with Hobert was more than worth it. Such a secret arrangement would be difficult to find even with many spies. He then took out the glass bottle containing the blood and the charm provided by Hobert. Alexei chuckled softly, "There's no need for these things at all." He casually tossed the charm and the glass bottle. Before they could land, they were burned to ashes by a white flame. At the same time, an incandescent flame suddenly appeared in his palm. This flame suddenly grew larger, as if igniting the air in front of Alexei. Whoosh! The flame burned away a layer of illusory wallpaper in front, and a mausoleum built into the mountain appeared. Alexei, with his hands behind his back, leisurely walked only 1 or 2 steps and arrived in front of the mausoleum. Declan swiftly used the channels between the mausoleums to reinforce. Upon seeing Alexei, he was slightly surprised. Who is it? Who leaked the secret of the mausoleum to the Fasak Empire? In Memorial Square, the imagined King George III was still giving his speech. I will once again lower the property requirements for suffrage, and transfer more power to the House of Commons. Audrey, who was present, was a little puzzled. These were all bills passed by the upper house, but there was no need to tell the public about them during a speech. In a deep black, majestic mausoleum in the southern suburbs of Backland, the real George III put on his black crown and consumed the potion. His body was transforming towards the shadow of order, expanding and extending in a miraculous state. And those 9 mausoleums were islands in the illusory ocean, components of the entire rule, while the countless, dense lighthouses were the Emperor George III, chanted simultaneously by the populace in their consciousness. They collectively anchored this ruler of Rune, East Balam, and the Rorstad archipelago, preventing him from completely detaching from reality and becoming part of the shadow of order. Also in the southern suburbs of Backland, Hobert, whose appearance had changed, was leisurely sitting on a rock, observing his surroundings. Meanwhile, Hugh and Freya, whose appearances had also changed, were very nervous, constantly pacing in small circles or tidying their clothes. They had not only changed their appearances but also carried Order Crystal on them to prevent being divined afterward. Furthermore, Hobert meticulously reminded them to hide the Order Crystal in an unseen place and not to infuse it with spirituality. Because once spirituality was infused, its aura could easily be detected by an angel. It was not until Hobert saw some changes in the distant sky that he said, "All right, we can begin our operation." He jumped off the stone and went to the hidden arrangement of the mausoleum, using the blood of the door pathway and his inherent altar ability to enter the mausoleum. Before them appeared a deep black, majestic mausoleum. The royal family naturally discovered the intrusion here. The space above the mausoleum suddenly became illusory, and a mature, elegant gentleman in a suit emerged from within. This was Kelt, who had previously participated in the Fenaport City operation, a Sequence 3 inches Chaos Hunter. Hobert said to Hugh and Freya, "You two wait here. I'll drive this troublesome person away." He took out the 0 to 70 creation bracelet and with a wave of his hand, patches of golden wheat grew around the mausoleum. These wheat stalks swayed with ripe ears, and needles shot out towards Kelt, forming a golden rainstorm. Kelt, who had just completed his teleportation, immediately said, "No flying objects allowed here." The wheat needles, like bullets that had lost their power, fell to the ground like golden snowflakes. Hobert walked through the wheat field. He made an upward pushing motion towards Kelt, and the wheat quickly grew taller, soon reaching over 10 meters, placing it at the same height as Kelt. The wheat ears suddenly bristled, like fur, and all the awns stood up, striking towards Kelt like maces. In western Backland, near East Tucker County, a kindly-looking middle-aged man, dressed in the traditional attire of the Fenaport Kingdom, walked from a distance. This was Philip I of the Fenaport Kingdom. The ground seemed to rapidly recede behind him. With just one step, he advanced dozens of kilometers. In a flash, he had arrived before the hidden mausoleum's arrangement. Philip I also did not utilize the blood and charm Ethel had given him. He made a downward chopping gesture forward, and the space in front of him immediately shook violently, splitting apart. Everything before him changed, and a tomb door appeared halfway up the mountain. This was a mausoleum built into the mountain itself. Georgina quickly came to reinforce. Upon seeing the person before her, she exclaimed, "Philip I." "Rude," Philip I said coldly, "why not add, Your Majesty?" Georgina quickly put on a golden crown. The top of this crown had a hollowed-out structure, with a very pure ball of light suspended inside. This was 0.36 inches held by the Rune royal family. At the same time, another angel of the Fasak Empire, Ahomatova Einhorn, was attacking another mausoleum in northern Backland. Another angel of the Fenaport Kingdom, Chester Castile, was attacking another mausoleum on the west side of Backland. Currently, 8 mausoleums were under attack to varying degrees by different forces. Only one mausoleum in the south remained unattacked. Leonard, who was on a mission in a town in the southern suburbs, looked around and saw that his teammates were not paying attention to him, so he quietly asked, "Old man, aren't we going to act yet?" Earlier, the Emperor had used the charm given to him in advance to convey the secret signal of immediate action. This charm was made by Hobert, who asked Jonathan to create it. It came in a set of 2, and its utilize was quite simple. Within the Backland area, as long as Hobert infused spirituality into the charm, Leonard's charm would heat up. Although it could only be used for a relatively simple signal transmission, it was quite practical. "What's the rush?" Pallas Zoroast, inside Leonard's body, said, "Let them make the first move." What Hobert had previously referred to as the Creator's hidden power was this angel of the Marauder pathway, Pales. Beverly and Raymond had both participated in battles initiated by the Creator's faction more than once. If they wanted to secretly stab George III in the back, asking them for help was not very suitable. However, it was possible to create an angel using Country of Disorder and 1:113 Solomon family medal. But 1:113 was currently being used by Archibald, who was impersonating Hobert, and the angel created would be of the lawyer pathway, which could easily arouse the royal family's suspicion. So Hobert simply asked Pales, who had never appeared, for help. In a previous transaction, Pales still owed Hobert an angel-level assistance. Because he had a way to temporarily restore his full strength, Pales was not afraid of Amon's clone lurking in Backland at this time. If Amon's lurking clone came knocking, even better, perhaps they could be used to further restore his strength. Pales was well aware that his role in this battle was to release a smoke screen, leaving the royal family confused in the future, so there was no need to fight too hard. After another dozen seconds, Pales suddenly said, "That's about enough." The next second, Leonard's spirituality suddenly could not sense the old man's presence. Even in a parasitic state, Pales could temporarily leave Leonard's body within a certain range. This was also why Leonard came to the southern suburbs for the mission. If it were in the city, such an operation would be easily detected. And the reason Leonard came to the southern suburbs for the mission was that Hobert had asked Office to create several haunting incidents there. The local night watcher squad couldn't resolve them and had to seek help from Backland's Red Gloves. Then, Leonard felt his pocket again. The order crystal that had been there was also gone. The method Hobert had previously provided, which could temporarily restore Pales to his peak state, involved using order wood. However, order wood was too conspicuous. For a long time, it was almost Hobert's trademark. So Hobert discussed with Pales using the more discreet order crystal to restore his full strength. When evacuating, he would steal the overflowing power of order, making it seamless. Upon seeing the order crystal, Pales exclaimed, "This thing's power is even purer than order wood." At this moment, the old man reached the designated position and first used the order crystal to deception and distortion his own state. His originally somewhat illusory image suddenly became solid. This was a very amiable old man with a long beard and a kindly smile. He reached out his hand and stole a portion of the hidden mausoleum's meander arrangement, creating a circular hole in front of him. Pales walked in with leisurely steps and saw a mausoleum hidden in a dense forest. At the same time, the old man's spirituality seemed to sense something and looked towards the top of a tree in the forest. There, another old man stood, his hair completely white, his appearance unremarkable. Even if one observed him carefully, it would be difficult to remember any of his facial features. The two old men looked at each other and were both stunned. Pales spoke first. Hermes. The old man, as light as a feather, floating at the top of the trees, was Hermes, the human sage from the second epoch who invented the ancient Hermes language. The other party also recognized the intruder, Pales. Pales smiled. He had originally thought it would just be a formality, as the battles at the other mausoleums must have attracted the main forces of the royal family. He hadn't expected to encounter such a difficult opponent. Hermes was also a bit exasperated. He had originally planned to deal with the scholar of yore, with Zeratul, but when he learned that the Phenoport Kingdom and the Phaeac Empire had successively attacked 4 mausoleums, he knew that George III was bound to fail. So Hermes simply found an excuse to come and guard this unattacked mausoleum. His idea was very simple. The enemy had already attacked 8 mausoleums, so the stronger enemies must have already been dispatched. Even if this mausoleum was attacked, the opponent would not be too difficult to deal with. Hermes only intended for his visit to this mausoleum to be a formality. Just as Pales was about to act, he noticed that Hermes's fighting intent did not seem very high, so he asked, "I heard you joined the Twilight Hermit Order." The moment he uttered, Twilight Hermit Order, he stole the mystical connections inherent in that name, so that Adam would not know he had mentioned the organization. Hermes was also preparing to fight, but upon hearing Pales's question, a brief observation made him understand the other's meaning. "That's right." He smiled and said, "I also heard you were severely wounded by Ammon. It's been hundreds of years since I last heard from you." So, the two old men began to chat. In front of the magnificent black mausoleum, Hobert and Celt's battle quickly decided a winner. Although the Rune royal family had brought out all their strength this time, the Sequence 0 sealed artifacts were limited and had to be prioritized for dealing with the angels who had intruded into the mausoleums. When Celt came to support this mausoleum, he saw that Hobert did not look like an angel, so he only brought one Sequence 1 sealed artifact. The royal family had not expected Hobert to possess a Sequence 0 sealed artifact, but at this point, they had no more reinforcements to send. The only disadvantage Hobert faced was that he could not utilize the power of the frenzied mage. As the wheat-shaped maces struck Celt, a bronze gate with complex patterns appeared in midair. This was the ability of 1:110, the sealed artifact that corresponds to the ferryman. Hobert had not used this sealed artifact in the real world since obtaining it on Adam's mysterious island. Because this sealed artifact would most likely become Dophus's potion in the future, and the probability of using it later was not high, it could effectively conceal his true strength. Moreover, Hobert had considered similar thoughts when choosing Sequence 0 sealed artifacts. He had used 0-71, Disaster Porcelain Doll and 0-72, Box of the Old Days in front of others. Only 0-70 had only been used when he killed the mountain god, Megali, after obtaining it. At that time, besides Hobert and Megali's evil spirit on the battlefield, there was only the Black Hound spirit beast, so there would be no leakage of information. After the underworld gate appeared, Celt, who was using whip to deal with the maces, suddenly felt his body stiffen, and a huge force was pulling his spirit body. Celt infused his spirituality into the Sequence 1 sealed artifact on his body, and a layer of silver-white ornate armor appeared on his skin. This was the ability of a silver knight. With the protection of this armor, Celt's spirit body quickly returned to normal. At the same time, a dawn sword appeared in his hand. This great sword shattered, and a storm composed of light scattered the wheat on the ground. But Celt quickly discovered a problem: the enemy who had been hiding in the wheat field was gone. At this moment, the undead language behind him suddenly opened completely with a clang, and Hobert, holding a knight's sword, emerged from the gate. Behind him were countless wraiths emitting mournful cries, and a large number of skeletons and bizarre undead creatures drawn to them, eager to enter the real world. Celt was surprised to find that they all seemed to be extremely afraid of this demigod holding a knight's sword. Hobert stood at the entrance of the undead language, opened his mouth, and launched an attack with undead language. The surrounding undead creatures, as if commanded, all opened their mouths towards Celt, emitting silent attacks. Although protected by the silver-white armor, Celt still felt his spirit body tremble, and his muscles stiffened, no longer under his control. He watched helplessly as Hobert, holding the knight's sword, walked leisurely in front of him and plunged the sword into his chest. Celt's entire body turned cold, and he fell from midair. The wheat that had been scattered earlier now grew back, wrapping around Celt like vines. A trace of black suddenly mixed into the silver-white armor on Celt's body. These plant-like monsters also had the ability to mutate the target's flesh into monsters. Even a demigod would completely lose control due to such a mutation. Not only that, but they could also absorb the target's life force. Under Celt's unwilling gaze, he was enveloped and buried by clumps of wheat. Finally, only a golden cocoon remained in front of the mausoleum. This cocoon resembled a special work of art, clearly showing the textures of wheat ears and stalks. Hobert ended the summoning of the undead language and beckoned to Hugh and Freya. The three of them entered the magnificent black mausoleum. Following the steps into the interior of the mausoleum, the space inside was vast but very simply constructed. Only a stone throne stood in the center of the mausoleum. George III, looking somewhat illusory, sat on the throne with his eyes closed. The space around him looked very unreal, with complex mystical symbols jumping around. "You're late," George III said with his eyes and mouth closed, but Hobert and the other two could clearly hear his voice. George III said, "The uniqueness has merged with me. Any of your attacks will have no effect on me." Hobert smiled, "You don't need to pretend. I know very well that attacking you will have no effect, but if I demolish your mausoleum, I believe you won't be so calm anymore." He didn't give George III a chance to speak, but continued, "But before that, there's another thing to do." He put away his smile and said very seriously, "Defendant George III. My two clients accuse you of murder and abuse of power." George III paused for a moment before seemingly reacting. "You're playing lawyer in front of me." "Defendant George III. Hobert raised his voice, "My client's father, upon discovering your acts of human trafficking, kidnapping, selling young girls, and cruelly murdering many innocent people, advised you. But you killed my client's father. Not only that, you also destroyed his most cherished honor, making my client bear the stigma of a traitor for the past 8 years. George III, do you plead guilty?" Hugh opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but found that she couldn't say anything until she felt her cheeks cold. Then she realized that her tears had already flowed out uncontrollably. However, she still showed a relieved smile through her tears. For the past 8 years, she had fantasized more than once about questioning the king, why he treated her father that way. But when she truly faced the king, she realized she couldn't say a single word. Instead, Hobert expressed her thoughts. George III's tone was extremely cold. "I've killed too many people like that." Defendant George III. Hobert raised his voice again, "My client originally had a happy family. Her mother, in East Backland, raised 2 daughters by washing clothes. Her younger sister was very well behaved and sensible, loved to study, and helped with household chores from a young age. But because you wanted to become a god, you created a great smog within Beander virus, which broke up this family. Her mother died in the smog, and her younger sister was once kidnapped by your subordinates. Now she has no home. You must be held responsible for this." Freya trembled as she listened to Hobert's questioning. When she learned that her family had been broken because of the king, she also wanted to ask the king why. Their family had never intended to hinder the king in any way, so why were they treated like this? At this moment, Freya had originally wanted to question George III herself, but she could no longer control herself and covered her face, sobbing bitterly. For the past year, she had constantly told herself that her mother was gone, and the burden of taking care of Daisy had fallen on her shoulders. She couldn't cry, she could only move forward bravely. But she was only 19 years old. George III's attitude was somewhat touched by Hobert's questioning, but he was angry rather than remorseful. Tens of thousands died in a great smog. He sneered, "I am the king, the emperor. I naturally have the right to decide the life and death of my subjects." Hobert righteously questioned, "Can a king trample on the dignity of others? Can he disregard life? Who granted you such power?" Then he continued, "Kings and nobles do not have inherently noble bloodlines. They do not have Beander talents. You are just a bunch of bloodsuckers. Clinging to the people, sucking their blood, and still acting superior." Hobert pointed at George III, enunciating each word. You have no right to decide the life and death of any good and life-loving person. Rumble. The magnificent black mausoleum suddenly shook. George III's chest heaved continuously, and the illusory space around him also swayed, clearly affected by Hobert's words. I am the emperor, I am born of noble blood. They are ants struggling in the mud, never to escape it in their lives. Hobert smiled. No, your nobility is self-proclaimed. Defendant George III, since you have pleaded guilty, then accept judgment. George III became very calm again. No one can judge me, and no one is qualified to judge me. I will judge you. Hugh, who had already wiped away her tears, said in a somewhat trembling voice, George III, since you have confessed to murder and the mass casualty incidents you caused. This court sentences you to death, to be executed immediately. George III suddenly opened his eyes and said coldly, overestimating yourself. Rumble. The mausoleum shook again, and George also trembled. Hobert knew that one of the mausoleums had been destroyed. He smiled. I told you, it's immediate execution. In front of the mausoleum near East Chester County in Backland, Georgina, wearing a sealed artifact grade 0, was imprisonment by Philip I using the power of order. Philip I waved his hand towards the mausoleum, restoring the surrounding environment to the order of the normal real world. The mausoleum built into the mountain, without the maintenance of Beander power, immediately began to collapse. Philip I smiled slightly and said to Georgina, who was still struggling, tell William, we are even. Months ago, William I prevented Philip I from accommodating the uniqueness of the Arbiter pathway, flattening the palace of the Fenaport kingdom, causing countless casualties, and even Philip I himself was injured. Now it was fine. George III's advancement failed, and he had his revenge. Philip I did not linger for a moment, turning his head to leave the collapsing mausoleum. In a flash, he had disappeared from Georgina's sight. Rumble. The magnificent black mausoleum became shaky, seemingly about to collapse at any second. George III trembled all over, becoming even more ethereal and abstract. He had no time to debate with Hobert now, all his energy was focused on stabilizing his state. Hobert said again, execute immediately. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand towards the top of the mausoleum, altering the mechanical structure of the entire mausoleum. The bricks and stones forming the mausoleum immediately collapsed, seemingly ready to fall at any moment, but because they were supported by Beander power, despite the large gaps that appeared, they never completely collapsed. Then Hobert used the ability of utilize, causing those Beander powers to temporarily lose their effect. The huge black stone bricks above his head began to fall, and the entire mausoleum began to collapse. However, these huge stone bricks seemed to have eyes, as not a single one fell towards Hobert and his two companions, nor did any fall towards the almost ethereal George III. Mystical symbols gushed out around George III, about to bury him. He looked at Hobert with a face full of pain. So you are. Before he could finish, he was completely buried by the mystical symbols. The gushing mystical symbols, along with the distorted space, suddenly paused. Bang! Like a small-scale explosion, the mystical symbols gradually disappeared, and the distorted space gradually returned to normal. George III's position turned into a black mist, as if the mystical explosion just now had made the king disappear. Hobert immediately used the power of distortion to send Zio and Freya 5 kilometers away, and had them turn their backs to this side. Beyonders below demigod level, even just a glimpse of uniqueness, could suffer a huge mental impact. This black mist quickly condensed, splitting into 4, each transforming into a magnificent crown with a large black gemstone. The space around this crown continuously rippled in circles, as if it were suspended on water rather than in midair. This was the uniqueness of the Black Emperor pathway. The other 3 portions were 3 black light clusters. They seemed to have no physical form and were very ethereal, as if they were real one moment and not existing in the real world the next. These were 3 portions of the Black Emperor pathway's sequence 1 order usurping Prince Beander characteristic. Finally, the moment to pick up the spoils has arrived. A voice sounded from behind Hobert. Even without turning his head, Hobert could tell it was Erebus. Hobert immediately rushed towards the Beander characteristic and threw out an order crystal, wrapping 1 portion of the order usurping Prince Beander characteristic. In Backland City, at Memorial Square. My subjects. George III, with his two small mustaches, stern and old-fashioned, was just finishing his speech when, with a bang, he exploded. His flesh and blood turned into fireworks, spraying into the air. Audrey and others below the stage watched this scene as if they were enjoying a grand magic show, and for a moment, no one reacted to what had happened. A few seconds later, the scene began to descend into chaos. Amidst the rising and falling screams, the king's guard soldiers rushed onto the high platform. Audrey looked at the scene before her with a slightly stunned expression, then realized she wasn't too surprised. In Backland's eastern suburbs, in front of the mausoleum near Eastchester County, William I and Bernadette seemed to realize something at the same time. They tacitly took a step back. Bernadette transformed into a stream of information and quickly disappeared. William I sighed, looking in the direction of Backland. It failed. Also in a mausoleum in the eastern suburbs, Klein, being no match for Zarathul's true body, found an opportunity to hide inside Grossel's travels. The moment he entered the travels, his spirituality seemed to sense something. The mausoleum not far from him suddenly became different from before. He couldn't quite pinpoint what was different, but it seemed as if all Beander power had been lost there. Klein was overjoyed. It succeeded. Hobert and the others must have succeeded. The next moment, he had already appeared in the city within the travels. Klein did not linger, directly entering the City of Miracles, Livelyhead, hidden within the travels, and arriving at the entrance of the Hall of Honesty. Summoning 008 here had a higher probability. He planned to utilize this sealed artifact to make Zarathul make a mistake, thereby finding an opportunity to escape. Entering the Hall of Honesty, Klein tried more than a dozen times and finally caught 008. Suddenly, he found that everything around him felt wrong. The ancient stone pillar that was originally in the City of Miracles suddenly turned into a 100-meter-tall cross. Inside the Hall of Honesty, there were rows of black chairs with backrests, but there was only one worshipper. He was wearing a simple white robe and had a light golden beard that covered half his face. It was the King of Angels, Adam. He slowly rose, saying calmly, George III has fallen, Lowen's morale has been severely hit, Intis is no longer standing by and has decided to take the opportunity to launch an attack. This great war is truly sweeping the world. At this moment, Klein realized that his act of summoning 008 was exactly what Adam had been waiting for, the opportunity to possess this book of travels. Adam continued gently, you can go. Klein immediately felt that the entire City of Miracles, the entire book of travels, was repelling him. Fortunately, Adam, having obtained the travels, created an opportunity for Klein to escape. Zarathul's slippery tentacles suddenly disappeared into thin air, which gave Klein a chance to enter the historical void. In the north of Backland, the two angels of the Fursak Empire successively withdrew. To the west, another angel from the Fenaport Kingdom also left. In the mausoleum in the northeast, near Ahawa County, Triss was about to utilize the power of the ring she was wearing to make herself a vessel for the primordial demoness from the historical void. But she realized that the mausoleum not far from her suddenly had no spirituality whatsoever. Triss and Grov were both slightly stunned, but then they seemed to immediately understand something. Triss showed a desolate smile. This ending is truly desolate. She had been ready to die. After speaking, Triss immediately left, and Grov, wearing a wig, did not stop her. In the mausoleum to the south, Pales and Hermes's reminiscing also came to an end. Hermes's mission was complete, he could now report back. As for Pales, he still had to rush to the next battlefield, which was also why he hadn't been too concerned about destroying the mausoleum earlier, because Hobert's main request was actually for him to help contend for the Sequence 1 characteristic. In this mausoleum, he only needed to make an appearance. He arrived at another mausoleum, also in the southern suburbs of Backland, which had completely collapsed. Hobert easily seized one of the Order Usurping Prince's extraordinary characteristics. This was what Adam had promised him earlier. At that time, Hobert still didn't understand why Adam would say that it would be beneficial for everyone if these characteristics and uniqueness mostly belonged to Hobert. It turned out that Adam had already realized at that time that the one contending with Hobert for these characteristics was an outer deity. Adam, at the level of an King of Angels, could grant one Sequence 1 characteristic to Hobert, but when it came to uniqueness, Adam could only give Hobert a greater probability of obtaining it. Although Erebus was only at sequence 3, he had an extremely high Beander characteristic in certain aspects, so Adam could not completely prevent him from contending for the characteristic. Pales immediately joined the battle, thefting the execution that the balancer Tamara had used on Hobert. Hobert breathed a sigh of relief, focusing all his efforts on Erebus, distorting the direction of the hand he stretched out, causing Erebus's grab for the Beander characteristic to only grasp a stone. The uniqueness and sequence 1 characteristic of the Black Emperor pathway, of course, would not obediently stay there waiting for two people to contend. The crown seemed to gradually become more agile, consciously avoiding Hobert and Erebus's grabs. One sequence 1 characteristic was attracted by the uniqueness, following closely behind the crown, much like a small child playing behind an older one. Neither Hobert nor Erebus directly tried to grab the uniqueness, as they were not confident. Erebus's goal was to obtain a sequence 1 characteristic, while Hobert's was to prevent him from obtaining it. Have you ever considered a question? Erebus, seeing his intentions repeatedly blocked by Hobert, suddenly asked with a smile, why were there only Black Emperor and Arbiter pathway high sequence Beyonders in the 4th epoch? Hobert stared coldly at Erebus, seemingly completely unfazed by his question. However, in his heart, he thought, it does seem that before the 4th epoch, there were no ancient gods, subordinate deities, or deities of these two pathways. If you get a chance, ask the Son of Chaos. Erebus smiled, the answer to this question will definitely exceed your imagination. You will know through what means I made investments in the bloodlines of the Solomon and Tamara families. Although Truncest is more cautious, you should know that your bloodline has also been affected by me. Although Omibella and Olnia jointly modified your bloodline, in the years to come, you will still be affected by me. You will be unknowingly corrupted by me. Hobert knew this. From the intelligence he received from the bloodline, Olnia, the Night Emperor's empress, had discovered this point. There was an unknown substance belonging to an outer deity in Truncest's blood. He smiled faintly. Do you think your corruption is useful to me? It's useless, Erebus said, but I can activate the arrangements in your blood little by little. I will exert influence on you bit by bit, making you suddenly and temporarily submit to me at a critical moment. Hobert frowned, unsure if this was a trick or the truth. Let's make a deal, Erebus smiled innocently. As long as you step aside, I promise not to launch any attacks against you until you reach sequence 1. Hobert smiled. Do I look like an idiot? Then I won't be polite. Erebus extended his palm towards Hobert, who immediately tensed up his spirituality, preparing himself fully. Erebus, however, waved his hand, and the Beander characteristic behind Hobert suddenly curved around him and flew towards Erebus. Hobert smiled slightly, throwing another, Order crystal, towards the Beander characteristic. He had been guarding against Erebus's feint earlier. As for Erebus's claim about the arrangements he left in the Trentsust family bloodline, Hobert knew it was certainly true, but Erebus must be having a hard time using those arrangements right now, otherwise he would have found him and used them to kill him long ago. The Order Usurping Prince, Beander characteristic seemed to sense the impending confinement from the Order crystal, and dodged it by distorting space. This didn't mean the Beander characteristic had consciousness, it was merely an instinctive reaction of the Beander characteristic. As for why the previous, Order Usurping Prince, Beander characteristic was captured in one go, it was all thanks to Adam's arrangements. But this characteristic was clearly not very obedient. Erebus immediately used distortion to rush towards the Beander characteristic, and Hobert also immediately rushed over and drew his rapier, shaped like a knight's sword, thrusting it towards Erebus. If Erebus didn't dodge, even if he obtained the Order Usurping Prince, Beander characteristic, his spiritual body would suffer severe damage, and it would be a kind of severe damage that a demigod could not grant away. Seeing that Erebus had no intention of dodging, Hobert added more force to his thrusting sword. At the same time, he grabbed towards Erebus, forming a spiritual vortex under his distortion, drawing out a wisp of Erebus's spirituality. Clang! Just as Hobert was about to stab Erebus, he was blocked by the slender-necked glass bottle Erebus carried, producing a crisp collision sound. Immediately after, the glass bottle cracked, and a mist sprayed towards Hobert. Hobert, of course, was not afraid of this mist. He merely dodged the mist sprayed at him and continued to rush towards the order usurping prince characteristic. Almost instantly, Hobert, Erebus, and the order usurping prince Beander characteristic were enveloped in a dense mist. Hobert, in the mist, found himself disoriented. He injected his spirituality into the order crystal he carried, and it indeed resonated with the surrounding mist to some extent. When he used the order crystal to dispel the mist, Erebus and the order usurping prince characteristic had both disappeared, leaving only a slender-necked glass bottle with a hole in it on the ground. Hobert stared at the glass bottle while placing the grabbed Erebus's spirituality into an ampule and sealing it with a spiritual wall. The mist from the slender-necked glass bottle had always been Erebus's trump card, but now he had used it to exchange for that Beander characteristic. Hobert looked up. The uniqueness and a sequence 1 characteristic were already in midair. William I's figure suddenly appeared not far from the uniqueness. Just as he was about to reach out and grab it, Adam appeared beside him. I warned the Augustus family before, you only have one chance. As he spoke, the uniqueness and the order usurping prince characteristic vanished from everyone's sight. If Adam had appeared immediately after George III's death, he could have completely recollected the Black Emperor pathway's uniqueness and all sequence 1 characteristics. But Adam prioritized seizing Grossel's travels, missing the optimal recovery time. William I bowed slightly to Adam and vanished from midair. Adam turned to Hobert and appeared before him in the next instant. He spoke in a very calm tone. Hobert Geoffrey successfully digested the potion by utilizing the chaos caused by George III's failed advancement, and he made all necessary preparations for advancement. Although the process of advancement had some twists and turns, Hobert Geoffrey ultimately succeeded. Hobert sincerely thanked him. Thank you for your blessing. Adam then continued. Erebus failed to become the order usurping prince. Hobert will obtain another order usurping prince characteristic shortly after becoming the Duke of Entropy. At the same time, Hobert's own characteristic makes it easier for him to connect with the Black Emperor pathway's uniqueness, which allowed Hobert to ultimately obtain the uniqueness. Adam had only verbally agreed before to help Hobert obtain the opportunity for the uniqueness, but this time he directly used his ability to help Hobert strengthen his connection with the uniqueness. Hobert realized that if Erebus obtained the Black Emperor pathway's uniqueness, it would be a disaster for Earth. He asked, can't you just write Erebus to death? Adam revealed a gentle smile. No. Hobert then asked, can you make me successfully advance to Black Emperor in the future? Adam calmly said, unless you can pledge allegiance to me. Hobert immediately knelt to swear an oath. Adam, however, unhurriedly said, do you think I would believe an arbiter's oath? Hobert twitched the corner of his mouth. Who are you looking down on? Even without anyone's help, the development of events is becoming increasingly favorable for you. With that, Adam vanished into thin air. Hobert was slightly stunned, feeling that Adam must have sensed something again. He glanced at the sky. The 7 deities were probably all watching here now. Since none of them had moved to seize the Black Emperor pathway's uniqueness, it meant they approved of Adam's story. But now was not the time to consider these things. Hobert picked up the glass bottle Erebus had discarded. This item held great research value for him. Immediately after, he left with Hugh and Freya. Meanwhile, on the other side, due to Erebus's departure, Tamara also found an opportunity to escape. Pales did not pursue and also vanished into thin air. Almost in the blink of an eye, all that remained here was a pile of ruins, and Kelt, who had completely lost control and turned into a monster after the golden wheat had faded. The only thing that remained relatively intact was the stone chair George III had once sat on. At this moment, some blackened bloodstains were left on the stone chair, as if displaying George III's filthy rule. Immediately after Hobert and the others left, Balancer Decline arrived at the scene. At this point, Kelt, who had turned into a monster, seemed to realize something and immediately fled the ruins. Decline raised a hand, and the monster's already nearly insane mind suffered a violent attack, causing it to stand still. Immediately after, the monster returned to Balancer. Its mutated flesh rapidly lost vitality and fell to the ground, leaving only a clearly deformed skeleton standing there, devoid of all life. As Decline made his move, Georgina and Grave arrived one after another. Decline pointed towards the skeleton, and Kelt's spiritual body, filled with a pained expression, appeared before them. An arbiter at the angel level could also interrogate the dead. Even if the spiritual body had dissipated and only a corpse remained, some clues could still be interrogated from it. After Decline's interrogation, they basically understood the battle that had just taken place in front of this mausoleum. A Beyander of the death pathway, probably a ferryman, had defeated Kelt using a sealed artifact. However, what happened after Kelt was wrapped in the cocoon remained unknown. Grov used corresponding sealed artifacts to try and collect useful information from the surroundings, but because Adam had been there and destroyed most of the remaining information, he only obtained some disjointed and unreadable information. At this moment, William I suddenly appeared from the void before everyone. Before Georgina and Grov could salute, William I spoke. "I have already inquired at the other mausoleums. Now we face two problems. First, how did Philip I and the others learn the specific locations of the mausoleums, when all those who participated in their modification and were privy to the information, except for a few demigods, died and had their spiritualities forcibly dispersed? The second question is, while the attackers of 7 mausoleums are reasonable and were enemies we had previously considered, what organization do the ferryman and worm of time who attacked these 2 southern mausoleums come from? Or rather, who sent them?" Everyone fell silent because these 2 questions were completely baffling. Previously, they had gone to great lengths to ensure secrecy, with almost no channels for leaks. And the sudden appearance of that angel and that ferryman was even stranger. From their actions, they must have known each other and were likely part of a common organization. However, no organization was known to simultaneously possess an angel of the Marauder pathway and a demigod of the death pathway. "Perhaps we can approach this from another direction," Decline suddenly said. "Under the tacit approval of the deities, there are not many forces and individuals who wish to prevent George from becoming a god. The Faesac Empire, the Fenaport Kingdom, the Tarot Club, Bernadette, Triss, and the Creator, the first 5 forces and individuals all participated in the battle, but only the Creator did not make a move, which is very abnormal." William I slowly nodded and glanced at Georgina. Georgina understood. "I will go and probe Hobert immediately." William I exhorted, "Pray to me before you see Hobert." "Yes. After Hobert sent Hugh and Freya back, he immediately went to the 195th Division's garrison. Archibald was smoking a cigar under a military tarp. To make himself more like Hobert, he had even taken 2 cigars specially supplied to the royal family. Because the royal family's demigods had all gone to guard George III's mausoleum today, and most of the military's demigods were basically on the front line, the 195th Division had no demigods stationed there. Only a team of 3 Sequence 5s, using 2 different sealed artifacts, checked every half an hour whether Hobert was truly present. One of these sealed artifacts could check Hobert's blood to see if it belonged to him. Hobert had prepared for this long ago. He had given Archibald some of his flesh and a small lock of hair in advance. From a mystical perspective, these things were the easiest to verify a person's identity. The other sealed artifact formed a psychological portrait of Hobert based on observations of him in public and his linguistic and body habits. Now, this psychological portrait could be used to identify the authenticity of Hobert. As long as the Hobert in front of the sealed artifact made an abnormal move, it would be captured by the sealed artifact. If abnormal actions exceeded 5 times, it could basically be determined that the target was being impersonated. However, Archibald's ability was the bane of this spectator pathway sealed artifact. His imitation of Hobert was incredibly lifelike, even mimicking his body odor. It's estimated that even Furs and Audrey wouldn't be able to distinguish them immediately. Additionally, Hobert had given Archibald 2 deception amulets. If all else failed, he could still deceive them. When Archibald received Hobert's signal, he deceived the people around him, as well as the sealed artifact that had been observing him. The 2 quickly completed the swap, and Archibald even had time to hand the 2 cigars he had taken to Hobert. Before the effect of the deception amulet disappeared, Hobert was already sitting in the chair Archibald had just occupied, crossing his legs, and continuously surveying the entire defense area with his spirituality. According to their previous agreement, after Archibald left Backland, he informed Hobert of the important matters by praying to the Creator. Basically, After digesting the frenzied mage potion, Hobert could hear the content of the prayers even without going to the country of disorder. After listening carefully to Archibald's precautions, Hobert calmed down and recalled today's operation, making sure he hadn't left any clues at the scene. As for the biggest gain from this operation, it was, of course, the Beander characteristic of the order-killing prince. The second gain was Adam's series of help to him. First, it strengthened his connection with the Black Emperor, Pathway's uniqueness. Hobert planned to immediately seek the uniqueness after advancing to Sequence 2. Secondly, it allowed Hobert to completely digest the potion and increased his chances of successful advancement. At this moment, Hobert could already feel the panic and chaos caused by George III's death gradually feeding back to him. This not only allowed him to completely digest the potion but also made him feel very good. While Hobert was lost in thought, Georgina arrived. After quietly praying to William I, she came under the military tent and asked, "Have you encountered any enemies?" "I heard a few spies were caught," Hobert said, stretching. "But they weren't difficult to deal with. I didn't even have time to make a move." Georgina extended her hand towards Hobert. "Shake my hand." Only by touching Hobert could she fully discern whether the Hobert in front of her was real. Hobert frowned. "Didn't you just come to draw blood?" "That's different," Georgina said. Hobert impatiently extended his hand and shook Georgina's hand. After Georgina confirmed that the Hobert in front of her was the real person, she waved to the soldiers outside, asking one of them to bring her a chair to sit next to Hobert. "You should know why you're guarding here, right?" Hobert smiled. "Didn't you say it was a secret?" "How could I possibly know?" Georgina took a deep breath and said seriously, "I have something very important to discuss with you." Hobert also became serious. "I heard some news that His Majesty the King seems to have a secret plan. Based on today's speech and my deployment, I was just guessing, is the King's plan being implemented today?" Georgina nodded. "Yes." She then asked, "Do you know the specific plan? Where did you hear some news from?" Hobert glanced at Georgina. "It seems the plan failed." He smiled. "And, we've become your suspects." "I'm not suspecting you," Georgina immediately corrected. "I just need to conduct some investigations based on some clues." Hobert let out a "ha," and laughed. "Although I don't have the ability to discern whether you're telling the truth, I can tell you're lying through my own judgment." But he didn't dwell on the issue and said, "I heard from the church that the royal family seems to be excavating a fourth epic ruin, but the specific investigation encountered huge obstacles." Georgina slowly nodded. Indeed, the church had almost learned of the royal family's premeditation before, and according to intelligence, Hobert did have close ties with the Night Goddess Church. Hobert then continued, "Based on the royal family's need for a large number of slaves and young girls, and their extreme efforts to conceal the ruins, we've made some guesses." Georgina, however, pressed on, "What exactly are those guesses?" Hobert glanced at Georgina. "The king is preparing to become a god." Upon hearing this answer, Georgina had basically ruled out the suspicion of the creator and his forces in her heart. If Hobert and his group had made no guesses based on the clues the royal family had inadvertently revealed, that would be strange. Georgina continued to ask, "Based on what specific clues did you form such a guess?" Hobert slowly lit a cigar, took a satisfying puff, and then said, "I refuse to answer. I just want to investigate." "I've been very cooperative by answering those previous questions," Hobert said. "I'm not your prisoner. I'll answer what I want to answer and not answer what I don't want to answer." He paused and then said, "Your failure is entirely due to your own paranoia. Just imagine, if we had helped with this operation, would you have failed?" Georgina sighed. If they had asked the Creator's forces for help, the probability of success would indeed be greater, as it was rumored that the Creator could mobilize 4 archangels. She said, "It's not that we don't trust you, but our opportunities for cooperation are too few. If you had risen a few years ago, we certainly could have had closer cooperation." Hobert gave a perfunctory, and extinguished the cigar he had just lit to express his displeasure. "Since you're here, I'm going back. After all, I'm quite busy too." Before Georgina could try to make him stay, the space in front of Hobert became illusory, and he stepped into the spirit world. After Hobert left, William I's voice sounded in Georgina's ear, "Continue the follow-up investigation, but be careful not to be detected." In the eyes of this hand of order, the Creator not deploying forces to prevent today's God Ascension plan was somewhat abnormal. However, at this critical moment, they couldn't offend the Creator, so they could only continue the secret investigation. Georgina was slightly stunned. She didn't feel that Hobert was abnormal in any way. The Creator being able to mobilize 4 archangels was already quite terrifying. If he could also command a Marauder Pathway Archangel, no one would dare to stop them even if they established a country in the North Continent. Crucially, theoretically speaking, the Creator also had no way of knowing the locations of those 9 mausoleums. But Georgina said nothing. Since William I had given the order, she would simply follow it. After Hobert entered the spirit world, he stopped acting and smiled easily. After passing Georgina's test, there was no need to worry about this matter anymore. Hobert was very certain about this. Even if the Rune royal family found evidence proving that the Creator was the mastermind behind this operation, Rune would not dare to confront the Creator at this time. And after the war ended, William I would launch further investigations. Or perhaps only when the Creator was about to become the Black Emperor, would William I be absolutely certain that the Creator's power was involved in today's events. But perhaps before that, Hobert would flip the table first. Returning to the Duke's mansion's study, Zio and Freya were still there. They both seemed a bit lost in thought, as if each was pondering her own concerns. It wasn't until Hobert arrived that they both simultaneously snapped out of it. Freya immediately stood up and bowed to Hobert. "Teacher, thank you for avenging my mother." Hobert smiled. "Working hard and taking good care of Daisy is what your mother would most want to see." Freya said, "Yes," and then excused herself. After returning from the mausoleum, she felt refreshed and really wanted to walk alone on the street. After Freya left the study, Zio also stood up and said, "Hobert, I'm also very grateful to you. To be honest, ever since I learned that the king ordered my father's death, I once thought that this revenge could never be taken. I never expected." She never expected that she would actually judge George III today. Hobert smiled. "There's nothing to thank me for. I feel a great sense of accomplishment being able to avenge you." Zio took a deep breath, her emotional knot completely untied. At this moment, she felt her state had never been better. "Oh, right." Zio said a little awkwardly, "My potion is completely digested." Hobert, Ed, that's to be expected. Although George III ultimately failed to become a god, his position at the time was at least equivalent to a Sequence 1. A Sequence 6 judge, judging a Sequence 1, of course, the potion would be immediately digested. Hobert pondered for a moment before saying, "You can choose to advance first. After completing the advancement, then make up for the corresponding merits. I estimate that your disciplinary night potion will also be largely digested. After all, George III also received the punishment he deserved. If you can become a demigod, become a demigod first, and then make up for the merits." Finally, Hobert explained, "We are currently quite lacking in demigod-level combat power." Hobert's previous observation of the battles between the Night Goddess Church and the War God Church made him realize that even in battles between Orthodox churches, the demigod battlefield is the key to determining the outcome of a battle. The struggles between archangels are more like mutual confrontation, because at this level, unless by chance, it is very difficult for them to harm each other. Everyday Beander battles cannot casually deploy archangel-level power. Therefore, what can determine the direction of everyday battles is definitely demigod-level power. This made Hobert realize that he should quickly utilize the demigod-level Beander characteristics he had in hand. Zio was slightly stunned when she heard Hobert's arrangement. Okay. She still felt like she was dreaming, never expecting to have the opportunity to become a demigod so soon. Before becoming Hobert's intelligence officer, Zio had always been a wild Beander. She certainly knew how rare such an opportunity was. After Zio also left, Hobert used travel to go to Longtail Island to find furs, briefly described today's operation to her, and told her that the world had asked him for help in the next 2 days, so he had to go out. Hobert had previously told Furs that he would work with the world to stop the king from becoming a god. Furs was not surprised by what happened today. She just reminded Hobert to pay attention to his safety and to come back early after helping. Next, Hobert went to Anjou and also informed Conrad, Seal, and others that he would not show up for the next 2 days, asking them to take precautions. The death of George III might also affect the situation on the South Continent. The South Balam Duchy, currently in a state of civil war, is most susceptible to influence, and it is highly likely to help the Highland Kingdom make up its mind to fully support the local nobles and warlords. Finally, Hobert returned to Backland and found a decent hotel in the Wood District to stay in. He estimated that Klein had already been captured by Amon's angel-level avatar, and Hobert was now patiently waiting for Klein's plea for help. Extra. The Fenaport Kingdom has brazenly invaded Lindbergh. Leonard, wearing red gloves and a black and white checkered police uniform, sat in a police carriage, watching newsboys waving newspapers and running quickly through the streets and squares. Leonard leaned casually on the carriage seat and said to a few colleagues, "The king just died yesterday, and Fenaport took action today." Cindy, a member of the Red Gloves, said, "What's surprising is that the Intis Republic has not yet made a statement, and has not even condemned the Rune royal family in the newspapers these past 2 days. This is not a good sign," another team member, Bob, said. "They seem to be brewing something in secret." Leonard looked out the window again. He somewhat guessed why the Intis Republic suddenly fell silent. According to the old man, in yesterday's operation, both the Forsac Empire and the Fenaport Kingdom had angels participating, but only the Intis Republic did not send high-sequence Beander forces to participate in the battle. Perhaps only the Intis Republic did not receive specific intelligence about George III becoming a god, so it simply did not know how to stop the plan to become a god. At this time, the Intis Republic must be confirming the news everywhere, and only after knowing what happened yesterday will it make a clear statement. Amidst his random thoughts, the carriage arrived at Rose Street, Harvest Church. The team members filed out of the carriage and entered the church. The church was empty except for 2 figures. One was Bishop Utravsky, who sat in the front row, praying intently like a small mountain. The other was Emlyn, dressed in a priest's robe, with black hair and red eyes, cleaning the floor. Upon seeing Leonard, Emlyn was slightly stunned. "Is this Mr. Starr?" From his physique and demeanor, he fits the impression Mr. Starr gives." Then Emlyn breathed a sigh of relief and thought, "You finally came." He bought a newspaper on his way to Harvest Church and learned that the Fenaport Kingdom had invaded Lindbergh, an ally of the Rune Kingdom. Although the Rune Kingdom had not yet made a statement on this, people's hostility towards the Fenaport Kingdom and the Earth Mother Church had deepened. Leonard also took a deep look at Emlyn. The moon is indeed Emlyn White. Immediately, he walked down the aisle to Bishop Utravsky's side. "I am a senior inspector from the Backland Police Department. I need you to come back and assist with an investigation." Bishop Utravsky slowly opened his eyes, slowly stood up, and asked in a calm tone, though looking down from a height, "What is the matter?" Leonard had already prepared an excuse. "Nearby residents have reported your abnormal behavior, suggesting you might be a spy for Forsac or Fenaport." Bishop Utravsky was silent for 2 seconds, then turned his head to look at Emlyn, who was standing by the candelabra. Emlyn's slightly complex expression immediately froze, and he opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Leonard and the other Red Gloves team members were all tense. For this operation, they had even applied for a Sequence 1 sealed artifact, fearing that this favored one of the Earth Mother would resist fiercely. The atmosphere in the church solidified for a few seconds before Bishop Utravsky nodded slightly and said, "All right." "So cooperative." Leonard was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Thank you for your cooperation." When Leonard came, he had considered that if a conflict truly erupted and he had to kill Bishop Utravsky, it would very likely become an excuse for the Fenaport Kingdom to declare war on the Rune Kingdom. It could even be the fuse that turns the war from local to full scale. Leonard even thought that his name might appear in textbooks of later generations. At this moment, Emlyn also breathed a sigh of relief, very satisfied with his performance at the Tarot Club. 2 Red Gloves members carefully followed Bishop Utravsky, who was over 2 meters tall, one on each side, walking out. At this moment, team member Cindy glanced at the handsome Emlyn, and asked Leonard in a low voice, boss, there's another priest. Should we take him too?" Emlyn. Leonard. After several seconds, and repeated deliberation, Leonard finally spoke. "If the espionage case involves Fenaport, he also has considerable suspicion. Please ask him to come back and assist with the investigation." Emlyn stood there, momentarily unsure how to express his feelings at that moment. Most of the Forsaken Land of the Gods does not have roads in the normal sense, but it is not difficult to walk, as large areas here are barren wilderness. Above the wilderness, one can occasionally see tenacious plants growing, which are strangely shaped and extremely distorted. Klein had no way of distinguishing what the prototypes of these things were. Klein felt his spirituality was about to dry up at this moment. He said to Aemon, "I need to rest now." In the battle with Zeratul, Klein had consumed a large amount of spirituality. He had originally planned to go back and fall into deep slumber to recover his energy, but he encountered Amon's avatar in ambush. After arriving in the Forsaken Land of the Gods, this fellow gave Klein a chance. Before encountering his true body, he would not parasitize Klein, and allowed Klein to try to escape however he wished, while Aemon would do his best to stop him. Just now, Klein noticed two very suspicious things. First, after arriving in the Forsaken Land of the Gods, Amon's avatar changed his classical attire. Second, Amon's avatar seemed to suddenly possess the authority related to error. This made Klein suspect that the Aemon avatar in front of him might be Amon's true body, and he didn't know what purpose his opportunity to escape had. "All right," Aemon, wearing a monocle, said towards the side of the hill. "There's a place to rest there, we'll reach it soon. Of course, I don't mind if you want to sleep in the wilderness, I just feel that you humans might prefer a place that provides a sense of security. Let's go there." Klein followed Aemon, walking towards the ruins he spoke of. On the way, he asked with some curiosity, "Why don't you steal the distance and arrive directly at the destination?" Aemon turned his head and looked at Klein. "I'm not the one who wants to rest." Klein was stunned, he was speechless. About 10 minutes later, they arrived at a ruin with a dozen huge stone pillars. The very tired Klein immediately fell into a deep sleep. Of course, he also knew that the Forsaken Land of the Gods was very dangerous, but with Aemon by his side, those dangers would probably have to steer clear. After an unknown period of drowsy sleep, Klein woke up. He did not get up immediately, but began to ponder in his mind how to escape. After careful consideration, Klein opened his eyes and saw Aemon, wearing a pointed soft hat, sitting beside him. He looked at Klein with a smile. "Have you thought about it? When do you plan to act?" His tone was as if he were Klein's accomplice. Klein slowly sat upright, smiled and shook his head. "My brain refuses to work before my stomach is full." So he began to conjure a coffee table, tableware, and a freshly cooked steak with black pepper from thin air. Then cream soup, pan-fried cod, stewed peas with tender lamb, and various wines were summoned one by one. Amon's gaze went from initial confusion, to later curiosity, and finally to a smiling watch of the show. Klein's meal finally reached the dessert course. He took a cup of vanilla ice cream from the void and spooned it into his mouth. After finishing one cup, he was still not satisfied and summoned another ice cream from the historical void. After eating 5, as Klein was about to summon the 6th, Aemon, sitting beside him, suddenly smiled and said, "Your fate has undergone an abnormal change, you are already lucky enough. Continuing to eat won't help much." What Klein had just summoned was the ice cream previously sacrificed to Will-Anseton, the Mercury Snake, the president of the Life School of Thought who hid in Backland and loved ice cream. Klein's summoning from the historical void made him perceive something, so he gave a certain response. Upon hearing Amon's words, Klein seemed very surprised, but almost at the same time, in places where the lantern's light could not reach, strange creatures twitched simultaneously, instantly turning into Klein's puppets. Immediately after, behind the coffee table, Klein, dressed in a black woolen overcoat, was replaced by an extremely disgusting vampire covered in pus. The next second, the 100 puppets, along with Klein's true body, whose location was unknown, began to chant simultaneously, "The Creator in the Shadow of Order." At the same time, 100 puppets simultaneously extended their right hands and pulled from the void, and a dozen of them were lucky enough to pull out Hobert, who was wearing a black crystal mask. Aemon still sat leisurely in place. He raised his right hand and grabbed forward. "The Creator in the Shadow of Order, haha, so it's the Creator. You are the source and end of all order, what a big tone. You are the master of rules who controls the order clock. Haha, the order clock is in his hands after all." He stole the phrase, "You are the source and end of all order," from 50 puppets, and he also stole the phrase, "You are the master of rules who controls the order clock," from 50 puppets, including Klein's main body. As a result, not a single puppet could complete the prayer, and Aemon himself also added some of his own comments in the middle of the honorific name, thereby breaking the integrity of the honorific name. Aemon reached out again and stole all 100 of Klein's puppets. Those Hobert summoned from the historical void also immediately disappeared. Klein walked out from the darkness openly, sat beside Aemon, and smiled slightly. A walk after a meal helps improve health. He didn't mention his attempt to escape at all, as if nothing had happened. Aemon maintained his previous leisurely posture, and cooperatively nodded with a smile. "I have read many books written by humans, and there is indeed such a view in them." Then he asked, as if chatting with Klein, "Are you still a favored one of the Creator?" He smiled and added, "I've heard of this newly risen deity. According to my investigation of Tony Manor, he also attacked and eliminated other avatars." Klein replied, "This ancient deity can hear my prayers." Aemon asked again, "Ancient? How ancient?" "It is said to be from ancient times." "You've been deceived." Aemon said with a chuckle, "Before the fourth epoch, there were no angel or above existences in the Black Emperor and Justiciar pathways." Klein was suddenly stunned, because he also recalled that before the fourth epoch, he had indeed never heard of deities or subordinate gods from these two pathways. It seemed that it was only in the early fourth epoch that many Beander families of the lawyer and arbiter pathways suddenly appeared. For a moment, Klein didn't know if Aemon was telling the truth or a deception. He asked, "Before the fourth epoch, why were there no high-sequence Beanders from these two pathways?" Aemon glanced at Klein. "It seems to be related to the Lord of the Mysteries. These two pathways are very special, originating from the Son of Chaos. It is said that the Son of Chaos was a life directly conceived by the original Creator, so he easily broke through the barrier set up by the original Creator on Earth. After all, that shield was formed by the residual power after the original Creator split." He smiled at this point and said, "You seem very shocked. Have you never heard of the Son of Chaos? Or have you never heard of the original Creator's barrier?" At this moment, Klein's heart contracted rapidly. He was somewhat flustered, and the smile he was about to put on to hide his thoughts froze on his face. Thump, thump. Klein could almost hear his own heartbeat. "Earth," he just said, "Earth." Immediately after, thoughts appeared in his mind one by one. A year has 12 months, 365 days, with leap years. 24 hours a day, 60 minutes an hour, 60 seconds a minute. There is only one sun and one moon in the sky. The overall topography of the North-South continent is very similar to North and South America, except that the connecting part in the middle has disappeared, becoming the raging sea with complex waterways, and the mountains and rivers have also undergone great changes. The giant king's parents were human, and the origins of the blood race and elves are also suspected to be human. As thoughts popped out one by one, Klein's body even trembled slightly. He used a lot of effort to let out a sigh in his heart. "Perhaps, I have never left my hometown, but I can never go home." Immediately after, Klein seemed to see tall skyscrapers, various cars driving on the roads, and people coming and going. At this moment, he understood with unparalleled clarity, this world is Earth. As soon as he came to this conclusion, Klein's Scholar of Your potion was completely digested at this moment. At the same time, Klein found that his connection with Saphira Castle was further strengthened. He instantly understood that at this moment, he did not need to chant spells. With just a thought, his spiritual body could enter Saphira Castle. This was undoubtedly his best chance to escape. Ignoring the urge to lament that this world was Earth, and thinking that Aemon would definitely not expect such a change, Klein immediately had the thought of entering Saphira Castle. As soon as his vision was covered by gray fog, he saw an Aemon appear in front of him, wearing a pointed soft hat, a monocle, and a classical mage's robe. His lips were slightly curled up, with an indescribable pleasure. In an instant, Klein's brain seemed to explode, and many chaotic pieces of information appeared. Aemon was talking to him, but many words were told to Klein in an instant. "You guessed correctly, this is a deception that has been going on from the very beginning. If I hadn't intentionally changed my clothes when I entered the forsaken land of the gods, and if I hadn't, accidentally, shown the ability to utilize error a few times, would you have guessed that I was the main body? Would a god of deception not understand that changing his appearance at that time would reveal many problems. The real purpose of this journey is to give you some time, give you some knowledge, help you digest the scholar of your potion, let you relax your guard in this regard, and then, when your connection with Saphira Castle is further deepened and you try to activate Saphira Castle, seize this opportunity, exploit the loophole, and directly steal Saphira Castle. Destiny is yours, Saphira Castle is mine. After speaking, Aemon immediately turned around and, using the invisible connection, leapt towards Saphira Castle above the gray-white mist. Klein, on the other hand, stood in place in great pain. The words that had instantly appeared in his mind were like a babble, making him unable to think. Aemon reached out his hand, passing through the final obstruction, and was just about to truly touch Saphira Castle, substantially stealing it. At this moment, that tiny distance suddenly became very, very far. Saphira Castle seemed to have a life of its own and quickly retreated. Immediately after, Aemon found that both he and Klein had left the spirit world and returned to the real world. Aemon looked up at the sky and smiled. Very clever alter and amplify. At this moment, in midair, there was a figure radiating black holy light, wearing black armor and a black cloak. That was the creator. However, what surprised Klein was that the creator's appearance was very different from before. Although he was still among a forest of swords, this time he was standing, not sitting. In addition, this time the creator also had 2 arms under his armpits, giving him 4 arms. The 2 uppermost arms, one hand held a black ball of light, and one hand held a golden sun scepter. The 2 lower arms, one hand held a silver black box of the old days, and a bracelet on the wrist. The other hand held a porcelain doll. The magical items he held were the Beander characteristic of the Order Killing Prince and the Sun Scepter. As well as, 0 to 72, Box of the Old Days, 0 to 70, Creation Bracelet, and 0 to 71, Disaster Porcelain Doll. Hobert in the Country of Disorder glanced at Klein and thought to himself, I've brought out all of the creator's family fortune to save you. If Aemon steals any of these things, you'll have to pay. The creator was able to appear here in time because of Klein's previous actions. At that time, Klein, along with his marionette, indeed failed to complete his prayer to the creator. But it didn't matter that it wasn't completed, because Klein's main purpose was actually to summon Hobert from the historical void. Of course, he was also very clear that even summoning 100 Hoberts would be useless. The key was that the summoned Hobert wore the mask of the Order Crystal. During their casual chat on Longtail Island before, the two of them had talked about the black crystal mask. Klein was very clear that the material of that mask was very special. If it was summoned from the historical void, Hobert would definitely notice it, and then, based on clues like Scholar of Yore and Klein's disappearance, he would know that it was his call for help and immediately report to the creator. However, if only Hobert was summoned, as a sequence 3, he would not be able to detect it at all, and thus would not be able to complete the rescue process. For Hobert, Klein's summoning of the Order Crystal gave him a clear positioning. In the Forsaken Land of the Gods, because of the obstruction of Beander power, Hobert could not directly find Klein using his stars. With this clear positioning, he could then utilize the stars in front of the Iron Throne to find Klein's specific location. Because he held the Beander characteristic of the Order Killing Prince, Hobert could utilize some abilities at the Sequence 2 and Sequence 1 levels. At this moment, this Beander characteristic in his hand was more like a controllable sealed artifact. Of course, if he participated in the battle holding an Beander characteristic like this, Aemon would immediately see through his true nature, but there was no time to worry about that now. As for whether Amon's clone would spread rumors all over the world that the creator's level was watered down, it didn't matter, after all, who would believe Amon's words? The Black Emperor pathway, at the Sequence 1 level, can even alter numbers. For example, Hobert could alter his 2 arms into 4, which would be enough. However, Hobert was also very clear that he was still no match for Amon's main body. Therefore, to avoid alerting Aemon, Hobert had been waiting for the right moment in the Country of Disorder, making a sudden move when Aemon showed his true colors, thwarting his deception and conspiracy. At that time, what Hobert altered was not the location of Saphira Castle, nor Amon's theft. He altered the distance and amplified the boundary between the real world and the spirit world. He would rather alter the natural order than touch Saphira Castle and Aemon, because that would most likely fail. On the barren land, the creator and Aemon briefly confronted each other for 1 or 2 seconds. Aemon smiled. The creator seems to be a little different from the legends. As he spoke, he grabbed at the creator. The creator immediately distorted his theft, which made Aemon only grab a marionette that had lost its vitality. The black light sphere in the creator's hand suddenly expanded, and the space around Aemon rapidly compressed, forming a pressure that could flatten even steel. But Aemon merely moved his finger slightly, and the surrounding compressed space was stolen by him. He showed a playful smile. What a pity, you haven't been able to control the order clock yet. After one exchange, they understood each other's strength. The creator needed to respond carefully to Amon's attacks, but could perform operations such as distortion. The creator's attacks caused little damage to Aemon, but could not be ignored. In such a situation, the creator's best strategy would be to adopt a defensive stance, but given the current circumstances, Hobert could not do so. Because he had to create an opportunity for Klein to escape, and because allowing Aemon to attack would be even more dangerous. So the creator first opened the first layer of 0 to 72 box of the old days, enclosing Aemon and the surrounding area into the box. Aemon grinned, and the box of the old days appeared in his hand. For Aemon, who was born with the uniqueness of the Marauder pathway, even with the protection of the country of disorder, he had a certain probability of stealing things from the creator's hand. After all, in his opinion, the creator's utilize of Saphira was ridiculously shallow. But in the next second, Aemon couldn't smile, because the box of the old days emitted the aura of the country of disorder, which was not the gray fog of Saphira Castle. For him, it was pollution. This was also why he only used one chance to steal the box of the old days. In fact, it was equivalent to Hobert directly handing it to him. The pollution from the country of disorder rapidly eroded Aemon. A mottled clock immediately appeared behind him. The clock's hands rewound, and the box of the old days in Amon's hand and the pollution he had received disappeared, all returned to the creator. For Hobert, that pollution was not pollution at all, but a source of power. Before coming, he thought for a long time and concluded that the pollution of the country of disorder should be the only thing that could make Amon's main body wary. The creator used this opportunity to utilize 0 to 70 creation bracelet, causing plant-shaped monsters to grow around Aemon and quickly entangle him. Aemon, entangled, was stunned. This sealed artifact looks a bit familiar. Not far away, Klein, who already had 1 foot in the historical void, glanced at the battlefield here. The creator did not look like a recovering ancient god at all. He could actually directly block Amon's main body. Klein had finally recovered from Amon's ravings during his recent exchange with the creator. Fortunately, he frequently experienced the impact of ravings, which made him somewhat resistant. Otherwise, he might have lingered on the verge of losing control for a while longer. The creator temporarily blocked Aemon, giving Klein a chance to enter the historical void. Once he entered the historical void, even Amon's true body would find it difficult to catch him. But as he stepped in with 1 foot, a hand suddenly reached out from within the historical void and pushed Klein. Klein took a surprised step back, then quickly reached his right hand into the void to grab outwards. As he withdrew his right hand, a lady dressed in a simple robe with bare feet appeared beside him. It was Lady Ariana. The lady's eyes were momentarily dazed, then immediately became clear. She briefly assessed the surrounding situation, waved a hand towards Klein, and Klein vanished into the dark wilderness as if erased by an eraser. At this moment, the hand from the historical void emerged from its illusory state. It was an Aemon clone. Amon's true body had once stolen a part of the historical void, allowing this clone to briefly appear within it. Lady Ariana waved her hand towards that Aemon clone, and the ground beneath its feet suddenly collapsed, causing it to fall to the ground. For a period, it would be extremely unlucky, even significantly reducing its combat effectiveness. Meanwhile, Klein, who had entered a hidden state, was about to re-enter the historical void but suddenly found himself back in the real world. It turned out that 3 more high-level Aemon clones had arrived. They collectively stole from that hidden space, successfully pulling Klein out of the hidden world and back into the real world. Klein escaped using flame jump, while simultaneously reaching his hand into the void to pull something out. However, because Amon's clones kept stealing distance, he jumped several times without getting very far. Fortunately, Lady Ariana temporarily blocked the 3 Aemon clones, otherwise, Klein's thoughts would have been continuously stolen. After 2 or 3 pulls, Klein finally pulled Mr. Azek, who had a cold expression, out of the historical void. He instructed the Death Consul to block Amon's clones, while Klein himself attempted to enter the historical void again. At this moment, the Creator, who was entangled with Aemon using a sealed artifact, pointed at Klein, and he amplified the luck on Klein's body. This caused the Aemon clones' attempts to steal Klein's thoughts to fail. Klein, very fortunately, seized this opportunity and successfully entered the historical void. Because of the Creator's support for Klein, he didn't have time to stop Aemon from stealing the bracelet of creation. This time, Aemon was prepared, he only stole this sealed artifact. However, the pollution target of the country of disorder, aura on the sealed artifact appeared as an error, not on Aemon himself but on a monster in the darkness. Aemon looked at the bracelet of creation in his hand and said with a chuckle, "I knew it looked familiar. This is a sealed artifact of the Solomon family. I'll return it to them for you." Hobert was also prepared for such a situation. He immediately used the abilities of association, utilize, and alter in quick succession. He immediately made the negative effects of the bracelet of creation very large. First, he strengthened the association with the bracelet of creation, then used its negative effects. As Aemon was about to put away the bracelet, the space in front of him suddenly became illusory, and an ancient full-body mirror emerged from the spirit world. In the dark, lightless God-forsaken land, this mirror actually showed a starry sky. Aemon frowned. He dared not look directly at the starry sky, so he quickly waved his hand at the mirror, temporarily turning it elsewhere. Immediately after, the space in front of Aemon once again became illusory, and a monster resembling an elephant emerged from within. This monster swung its long trunk, and in the blink of an eye, it had coiled around Aemon. The sudden appearance of these 2 monsters was due to one of the bracelet of creation's negative effects. However, the Creator had altered the negative effect, which originally summoned 1 monster every 6 hours, to summon 1 every 6 seconds. Moreover, the summoned monsters were not of low sequence, they at least dared to actively attack Aemon. Aemon, tangled by the trunk, immediately realized that the spirituality within his body was rapidly disappearing, and the elephant that absorbed the spirituality was rapidly growing in size, quickly becoming as large as a small hill. This somewhat surprised Aemon. You're actually stealing my spirituality." So he waved his hand at the hill-sized elephant. The spirituality within the elephant instantly withered, shrinking from the size of a small hill to that of a normal elephant, and becoming emaciated. Aemon had just broken free from the elephant's trunk when he felt his vitality being absorbed by the bracelet. This was also a negative effect of the bracelet. Under the Creator's utilize and alter, this negative effect also became a means to attack Aemon. Aemon exploited related loopholes to try and transfer the target of life absorption, but he quickly discovered that the bracelet of creation was absorbing life in an area. Especially after Klein entered the historical void and Ariana also left, the range of life force absorption became very large, and the vitality of his clones was also rapidly draining. At the same time, all the clones, except Amon's true body, underwent some degree of mutation. Aemon tried many times to hide the bracelet of creation or steal all the negative effects, but because the Creator was still the owner of the bracelet of creation, he easily associated with it again. And he began to utilize and amplify its negative effects again, which even Aemon couldn't guard against. This, instead, made Amon's advantage disappear little by little. Seeing the space in front of him become illusory again, and a 3rd monster about to be summoned, Aemon simply threw away the bracelet. "Forget it, I'll return it to Solomon's descendants myself." The Creator, from behind his black face guard, let out a sigh of relief. If Aemon hadn't given up the bracelet of creation, he would have prepared to abandon this sealed artifact. The Creator extended a hand, and the bracelet of creation returned to his wrist. The Creator's image also vanished. Aemon glanced at the chaotic battlefield and suddenly smiled. Fool and the Creator are both very interesting. He looked pleased, showing no sign of frustration from his failed plan. Hobert returned to the country of disorder, first putting down the Beander characteristic in the sealed artifacts. His expression was somewhat pained as he retracted the two arms from under his armpits. After a brief recovery, Hobert began to carefully inspect the bracelet of creation in the box of the old days. As expected, he found a secretly parasitic worm of time inside the bracelet of creation. This parasitism was very clever. It skillfully used the bracelet of creation to help the worm of time resist the purification of the country of disorder, making it easy to overlook. Hobert even seemed to see a scene where this bracelet helped Aemon open the sacrificial door, allowing Aemon to enter the country of disorder. However, Hobert also knew that this conjecture was almost untenable, because Aemon did not need the country of disorder. Everything in the country of disorder was a huge pollution for him. But if Hobert had worn the bracelet of creation in the real world, he would have been parasitized by this worm of time. At that time, Amon's clones would definitely appear in the shortest time and take him away. Currently, Hobert used the power of the country of disorder to pull out this worm of time. After killing it, he decided that in the future, unless he absolutely needed the bracelet's power, he would not take the bracelet of creation into the real world for utilize, to prevent Aemon from having any other arrangements inside. Immediately after, Hobert recalled the recent battle and felt it was somewhat perilous. If he hadn't immediately disrupted Amon's scheme, and then Aemon had stolen the bracelet of creation, then the creator would have found it difficult to directly block Aemon. Even if Hobert used the Beander characteristics of the country of disorder or the order-killing prince, he still only had the empty shell of an king of angels. Of course, this empty shell also played a significant role. If it were an ordinary angel, it would be utterly unable to resist Amon's theft. With this empty shell, Hobert at least didn't have to worry about his thoughts being stolen. Additionally, some of the abilities Hobert used, such as distortion and alter, were at sequence 1 level. If Aemon hadn't been so reckless as to steal the bracelet of creation, Hobert would only have a few abilities that could attack him. This battle gave Hobert a concrete understanding of the high-end combat power in this world, which strengthened his belief. Before sequence 1, run immediately if you encounter an king of angels. Before accommodating a uniqueness, run immediately if you encounter a true god. Thinking of this, Hobert took a deep breath. Fortunately, he was about to advance to sequence 2. Once he became an angel, he would have the ability to temporarily control the uniqueness of the Black Emperor pathway. His primary task would be to seize the uniqueness as quickly as possible. Coming out of the country of disorder, Hobert looked outside. It was already dawn. The battle had left him somewhat tired, so he lay on the bed and slept, checking out and leaving around 8 in the morning. Thick fog still permeated the streets, and distant figures and carriages appeared very blurry. Hobert was about to find a corner to utilize, travel, to leave when a newsboy's voice suddenly broke the street's tranquility. Extra. Extra. The Intis Republic has declared war on the Loan Kingdom. Hobert smiled faintly. What was meant to come, had come. He called out to the newsboy, but no matter how he searched, he couldn't find a copper penny in his wallet. So, he simply gave the newsboy a 2-sou banknote. Keep the change. The newsboy happily said, "Thank you, gentlemen." Hobert smiled slightly, took the newspaper, went to an uninhabited corner, and used travel to return to the Duke's mansion's study. Upon arriving there, Hobert sat at the desk, spread out the newspaper, and began to read. While reading the newspaper, Hobert estimated the Loan Kingdom's current military strength on the West Line. Even though a large number of troops had been redeployed eastward before, the forces on the West Line should still be able to temporarily maintain the Western Defense Line, as the Loan Kingdom had been operating in the West Line for several centuries. However, it would be difficult to say after 1 or 2 months. Once the Central Plateau region within Loan's borders fell, Intis could easily invade the Takvil Plain, which had no natural defenses. At that time, the Loan Kingdom's main food-producing areas would likely fall in a short period. While Hobert was pondering the current situation on the North Continent, Dofus pushed open the door and said, "Grand Duke, you're finally back. Grand Duke Christine came looking for you yesterday afternoon, but unfortunately, you weren't at the Duke's mansion at that time." Hobert was slightly taken aback. "What does father want with me?" He stood up and said, "Help me prepare the carriage, I'm going to father's manor now." Although he could utilize his distortion ability to travel there, it would be too sudden and impolite if it wasn't an urgent matter. Arriving at Christine's manor, the father and son met in the living room. As soon as he sat down, Christine got straight to the point. Yesterday at noon, I met Earl Hall at a ball. We talked privately for a while, and Earl Hall hopes that you and Audrey can hold your engagement ceremony this month. Hobert was slightly stunned. Isn't that a bit too fast? Generally, for nobles, from announcing their relationship to getting engaged, at least half a year should pass to show their noble reserve. If further consideration is needed, some might even wait 2 or 3 years, but only 2 or 3 months had passed since Hobert and Audrey announced their relationship. But soon, Hobert realized, it seems Earl Hall received the news that Intis was going to declare war on LotM early yesterday. Intis had declared war on LotM, and it was only a matter of time before the Fenaport Kingdom declared war on the LotM Kingdom. The LotM Kingdom, on the other hand, had recently lost its king, and the morale of its soldiers and populace was low, making it highly likely to be defeated by the attacks of the other 3 nations. Therefore, some nobles were already seeking a way out for themselves, and Earl Hall clearly intended to quickly finalize the bond with Hobert and the South Balam Duchy. This way, even if Backland was in danger, their family could rely on Hobert to continue living a noble life on the South Continent. Hobert thought for a moment, no problem. You two can decide the specific engagement date. Christine smiled and said, I'll go talk to Earl Hall in a bit. Tomorrow night we'll hold a ball to announce the specific engagement date. He paused and added, although time is a bit tight, I think the nobles should be able to understand. Hobert nodded, then said, since there will be a ball tomorrow, then the day after tomorrow I will attempt to advance. At that time, I'll need you to be present to prevent anyone from causing trouble. Christine was somewhat surprised, so soon. Have you prepared? As Rex's good friend, he naturally knew what advancing to Sequence 2 meant for Hobert. Hobert smiled somewhat helplessly, I've prepared. He knew that Erebus must also be looking for an opportunity to advance quickly to seek and seize the uniqueness. Christine took a deep breath and nodded, I will definitely be there. Leaving Christine, Hobert returned to his study and had a messenger send a letter to his mother, April, informing her of his impending advancement. About 20 minutes after the letter was sent, April arrived at the Duke's mansion in Backland, led by Alan, the butler of the South Colson Lord's manor. She was very worried and asked as soon as they met, Child, are you truly prepared? Hobert first invited April to sit down, and only after closing the study door did he discuss his plan with her. After hearing the plan, April was somewhat surprised. She exclaimed, You have more resources at your disposal than your father did back then. The probability of this plan succeeding was indeed not small. At the end of the conversation, Hobert said somewhat awkwardly, Mother, I might be getting engaged again soon. April looked at her son and asked, Which young lady did you trick this time? Trick? What trick? Hobert smiled somewhat helplessly, Why say, again. While Christine and Earl Hall were busy with the engagement ball, Hobert was preparing for his advancement. Inviting Christine and April to be present was to prevent enemies at the demigod level from the Tamara family from causing trouble. Next, he asked Beverly and Raymond, 2 angels, for help to drive away Tamara and Petty at that time. Hobert did not know that Petty had already been killed by Erebus. After securing the power to protect his advancement, Hobert then sacrificed the blasphemy card of the error pathway to Fool. Actually, since the creator had just helped Fool's dear, Klein, escape danger, based on the principle of equivalent exchange, Hobert didn't need to sacrifice anything, it would only be fair for Fool to help him once. But Hobert and Fool both knew that only if Fool obtained the error card could Fool help Hobert. So, the two had a tacit understanding, one sacrificed, and the other accepted, neither mentioning that the creator had just helped Klein. Hobert waited for a long time, and seeing that Klein did not refuse to provide help, he knew that Fool's experiment was going smoothly and would definitely be able to help him complete the grafting of his bloodline. Only then did Hobert take out the sealed artifact corresponding to the witch spirit, and pray to the Evernight goddess for the power of secrecy. As for the preparations for the advancement ritual, Hobert also believed they were very solid. The Sequence 2 advancement ritual is to cause chaos involving all social strata in a large city, and then utilize the unique, unprecedented new order proposed by the advancer to quell the chaos, drinking the potion amidst the confusion and helplessness brought by this chaos, and the unwillingness of people to accept the new order. Initially, he had planned to complete the corresponding ritual by initiating a power revolution. But the previous struggle with the gas industry made Hobert realize that there was no need to wait for the power revolution to completely end. He had already fully met and exceeded the requirements of the ritual. Currently, the gentlemen of Backland, from nobles to the middle class and even the poor, had completely accepted electric lights, and the utilize of electric lighting had become mainstream throughout Backland. And the gas industry had been severely harvested by Hobert. Hobert's eagerness to sell gas stoves earlier was precisely to disgust Duke Negan and others, the former representatives of the gas industry's interest groups. Their unwillingness and annoyance would surely become key to Hobert's advancement ritual. Everything was prepared, now all that remained was to shape a body for Erebus to attract Truncest. Since he had already obtained a trace of Erebus's spirituality, Hobert planned to pray to the Earth Mother for power on the day of his advancement and report to her about his advancement that day. If the Earth Mother was interested, she might even observe the advancement process, which for Hobert, such observation might become a safeguard for him. After making all preparations, Hobert relaxed for half a day, adjusted his state, and then went to the ball held at Christine's manor. At this ball, Hobert and Audrey still danced the opening dance. Dressed in a way that wasn't overly flashy but still handsome and beautiful, the two danced gracefully on the dance floor while chatting intimately. Audrey looked at Hobert. "You seem to have something on your mind." Hobert was slightly taken aback. "Is it that obvious?" Audrey slightly raised her chin. "I am now a dreamwalker." Since becoming Sequence 5, Audrey's observation skills had improved, and she could also utilize his expressions and body movements to perceive some of his psychological activities. Hobert had no choice but to say, "Tomorrow I will face a trial. Although I have made many preparations, I am still a bit worried." Audrey was slightly stunned, then somewhat angrily said, "What trial? You're only telling me now." Hobert reached out and pinched Audrey's delicate nose, smiling. "Not telling you before was, first, to avoid making you worry, and second, because it was a secret." This intimate gesture from Hobert immediately caused many noble gentlemen to lose their composure. They tried their best not to look in the direction of the stage. In fact, Hobert hadn't told Audrey and Furs before, mainly because they couldn't help and it would only make them worry. Audrey was indeed led by Hobert's words, thinking that it involved confidential matters. So she didn't ask further, but instead asked, "Can I offer you any help?" Hobert smiled. "I have made all the preparations." Audrey slowly nodded, understanding that Hobert meant, she couldn't help. This made Audrey a little disheartened. Although she didn't show it, Hobert probably guessed what she was thinking. "Actually, you've always been helping me stabilize my state." Audrey was slightly stunned. "How did I not notice?" Then she asked, "How did I help you stabilize your state?" "Love." Hobert smiled. "It's our mutual love, Audrey. I think that after you become a demigod, this love will also be able to help you stabilize your state." Audrey was somewhat embarrassed. "I didn't expect the feelings between Beyonders to have such an effect." At this moment, the music ended, and the first dance was over. The two bowed to the guests, and warm applause once again filled the venue. Christine seized the opportunity to announce that Hobert and Audrey would hold their engagement ceremony on November 28, which indeed sparked a discussion among the nobles, as the news was quite sudden. But it was also understandable, especially since it was wartime. Next, Hobert and Audrey descended the stage and began chatting with the attendees of the ball. This was an essential part of the ball. Previously, when attending balls hosted by others, Hobert could stay on the periphery of the ball and didn't necessarily have to socialize with other nobles. Today was different. Hobert was one of the main characters at the ball, so he had to socialize whether he wanted to or not. Unlike the previous ball where they announced their relationship, the nobles were almost not out of line and came to chat with Hobert one after another. After socializing for a while, Hobert realized that this group of nobles was all discussing the civil war in the South Balam Duchy with him. Their intention was very clear. They wanted to utilize this matter to strike at Hobert. So Hobert smiled and said, "In my opinion, the civil war will end very soon." For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.